Hello there, my sleepless dreamers. Tonight, under the silver glow of the moon, we drift into the world of the Cullens, a family carved from marble and mystery, whose beauty hides a hunger that time itself could never tame. This is not the warmth of mortal hearts, but the stillness of eternity, a place where love defies nature, where every glance carries centuries of secrets, and every breath is borrowed. So, close your eyes. Feel the cold air kiss your skin, and let the shadows of forks wrap around you as we slowly drift into a story where silence is eternal, and even monsters can dream. London in the 1640s was a city of shadows and superstition, where fear manifested in witch hunts and heretic burnings, where darkness was both literal and metaphorical. In this world of religious fervour and paranoia, a boy named Cullen was born to an Anglican pastor whose zealotry exceeded even the harsh standards of his time. His father led raids against supposed witches, werewolves and vampires, creatures that existed more in frightened imagination than reality. Most of those dragged before his judgment were innocent, but the pastor's conviction never wavered. He believed absolutely in the evil he hunted, and he raised his son in that same unforgiving faith. Carlyle grew up watching his father condemn the innocent, witnessing cruelty justified by righteousness. Unlike his father, the boy possessed a gentle spirit, a thoughtful nature that questioned rather than accepted. He was too compassionate for the brutal world his father had created. But when the pastor grew too old and feeble to lead his raids, the responsibility fell to Carlyle. Not yet 25, he found himself leading hunts through London's filthy streets, searching for monsters he half believed were imaginary. In 1663, everything changed. Carlyle discovered something real lurking in the sewers beneath London. A coven of actual vampires, ancient and vicious, hiding in the fetid darkness where no one thought to look. They had been feeding on the city's poorest citizens, those whose disappearances went unnoticed and unmourned. When Carlyle led his raid into those tunnels, the vampires attacked with inhuman speed and strength. His companions fell within seconds, their throats torn open, their blood painting the stone walls. Carlyle barely escaped, fleeing through the winding passages while behind him the creatures fed. But he hadn't escaped unscathed. One of them had bitten him during the attack, teeth sinking deep into his shoulder. Carlyle felt the venom enter his bloodstream, spreading like liquid fire through his veins. He knew what this meant. His father's stories had been explicit about the transformation, about the 3 days of burning agony that turned human into monster. Carlyle couldn't return home, couldn't let his father see what he was becoming. The old man would stake him without hesitation, would kill his own son to destroy the demon wearing his face. Carlyle hid himself in a cellar beneath an abandoned warehouse, piling rotting potatoes over his body to muffle the screams he couldn't contain. For 3 days, he burned. The transformation was everything the legends promised and worse. His bones felt like they were shattering and reforming. His blood like it was boiling in his veins. His heart like it was being crushed and rebuilt with each slowing beat. He wanted to scream, to beg for death, to claw his way out to the cellar and throw himself on his father's mercy. But some stubborn core of will kept him silent, kept him hidden, forced him to endure the unendurable. When the pain finally ended, Carlyle emerged into a world transformed. Every sense was heightened beyond human comprehension. He could see individual dust motes floating in shafts of moonlight, could hear heartbeats from streets away, could smell blood pumping through living veins with an intensity that made his throat burn with sudden, desperate thirst. And he understood, with terrible clarity, what he had become. Everything his father had preached about, every monster he had hunted, every demon he had feared. Carlyle Cullen was now one of them. The thirst was immediate and overwhelming, a physical agony that made the transformation seem gentle by comparison. His throat felt like it was lined with burning sand, his body screaming for blood, for human blood, for the hot, sweet rush of life draining into death. Every instinct demanded he hunt, that he feed, that he take what he needed from the humans walking the London streets. But Carlyle's nature, the gentle compassion that had defined him in life, rebelled against this monstrous hunger. He could not kill, would not become the creature his father had always warned about. So he ran, away from London, away from civilization, into the wilderness where there were no humans to tempt him, no beating hearts to torture his senses. He tried to destroy himself, attempting suicide in every way his desperate mind could conceive. He threw himself from cliffs, but his body healed before he hit the ground. He drowned himself in rivers, but his lungs no longer needed air. He starved himself for weeks, growing steadily weaker but never dying, never finding the release he craved. The curse of immortality proved absolute. He could not die, could only suffer. Weeks into his self-imposed exile, weak beyond measure, Carlyle discovered something that changed everything. A herd of deer crossed his path, and his weakened body responded without thought. He attacked on instinct, draining the animal before conscious thought could intervene. The blood was different from what his instincts craved, cooler and less satisfying, but it eased the burning in his throat. It quieted the monster enough for him to think clearly again. The realization arrived like revelation. He could survive without human blood. The existence his father would have called impossible, that every vampire legend declared unthinkable, was within reach. Carlyle could be a vampire without being a monster. The discovery filled him with something he hadn't felt since his transformation: hope. Over the following months, Carlyle experimented with his new diet, learning to hunt animals with increasing skill. He discovered he was stronger when fed, faster, and more capable than he'd imagined. His control improved until he could walk through villages without attacking, could stand near humans without being overwhelmed by thirst. It was never easy, never comfortable, but it was possible. He could live among humans without being a threat to them. But living among humans meant being alone, always alone. Carlyle moved through the world as a ghost, never staying anywhere long enough to form connections, never allowing anyone close enough to discover his nature. He traveled across Europe throughout the late 1600s and into the 1700s, teaching himself to pass as human, to mimic the behaviors and patterns of mortal life. He studied in France, spent years in Germany, wandered through Spain. Everywhere he went, he was alone. The loneliness was its own kind of death, slower than the transformation, but just as agonizing. Carlyle watched humans live and love and die, watched generations pass like seasons, watched the world change around him while he remained frozen at 23. He wanted connection, craved companionship with an intensity that sometimes rivaled his thirst for blood. But how could he explain his nature? How could he form relationships when every friendship ended in questions he couldn't answer? When every decade made his eternal youth more noticeable? In the 1730s, Carlyle's wandering brought him to Italy, to the city of Volterra. There, hidden beneath ancient stone and medieval architecture, he discovered something he'd begun to believe didn't exist. Others like him, the Volturi, 3 ancient vampires who had ruled the immortal world for thousands of years. Arrow, Marcus, and Caius, each powerful beyond comprehension, each commanding respect and fear from every vampire in existence. Arrow was particularly fascinated by Carlyle. The ancient vampire had a gift, the ability to read every thought and memory of anyone he touched. When his cold hand grasped Carlyle's, Arrow saw everything. The transformation, the attempted suicide, the discovery of animal blood, the decades of restraint and isolation, and he was amazed. In 3,000 years of existence, Arrow had never encountered a vampire who chose to drink animal blood, who deliberately denied their nature in pursuit of some higher moral purpose. Carlyle stayed with the Volturi for several decades, learning from them, understanding vampire society and its rules, but he never adopted their lifestyle. Arrow and his brothers fed on humans without remorse, viewing mortals as lesser beings, food sources with the illusion of importance. They respected Carlyle's choice as an intellectual curiosity, but none of them understood it. To them, his compassion was a fascinating abnormality, not a philosophy worth adopting. Marcus was perhaps the closest to understanding. The ancient vampire had loved once, deeply and completely, before his mate was murdered by the Volturi's enemies. That loss had left him hollow, capable of perceiving emotional bonds in others but feeling nothing himself. He saw in Carlyle something he had lost, a capacity for genuine emotion, for caring about beings beyond himself. Marcus never said as much, but Carlyle sensed the older vampire's melancholy recognition, the understanding of one lonely soul by another. Caius simply found Carlyle's lifestyle distasteful. The third of the Volturi leaders made no secret of his contempt for the vegetarian diet, as he mockingly called it. To Caius, vampires were predators, apex beings designed to hunt humans, denying that nature was perverse, an insult to what they were. But Caius respected strength, and Carlyle had proven his strength in the most demanding way possible. Resisting one's nature required more willpower than indulging it. After 2 decades with the Volturi, Carlyle understood he couldn't stay. Their world was not his world. They represented immortal stagnation, unchanging power, eternal rule through fear. Carlyle wanted something different, something he couldn't quite articulate, but felt deeply. He wanted purpose beyond survival, meaning beyond existence, connection beyond the cold political bonds that held the Volturi together. He left Italy in the 1750s and returned to his studies, but now with a clearer goal. Medicine had always fascinated him, the human body's complexity and fragility. Now, with vampire senses and immortal time, he could study it properly. He attended university after university, medical school after medical school, each time under a new identity. He learned anatomy in London, surgery in Paris, pathology in Vienna. The knowledge accumulated across decades until Carlyle Cullen became one of the most educated physicians in Europe, even if his degrees were scattered across a dozen false names. But Europe grew dangerous for him as the centuries passed. Too many places held memories, too many cities where he'd lived under previous identities. The risk of recognition increased as his past selves multiplied. When whispers began about a doctor in Prague who looked remarkably like a physician who'd practiced there 60 years earlier, Carlyle knew it was time to leave the continent entirely. In 1863, exactly 200 years after his transformation, Carlyle came to America. The New World offered what Europe could not: space, opportunity, and most importantly, anonymity. America was a nation of immigrants and wanderers, where new identities were accepted without deep investigation, where a man's past mattered less than his present capabilities. Carlyle could reinvent himself completely, could practice medicine openly without the weight of centuries watching over his shoulder. He established himself first in Chicago, working in hospitals, treating patients, finally able to use his knowledge and skills without hiding. His vampire nature gave him advantages human doctors couldn't match. He never tired during long surgeries. His hands never trembled with exhaustion or age. His senses allowed him to detect problems other physicians would miss. He could hear the flutter of a failing heart valve, smell infection before it visibly manifested, see the subtle color changes that indicated internal bleeding. But the work also tested him in ways the Volturi years never had. Every surgery meant blood, fresh human blood spilling warm and fragrant into the operating theater. Every patient's pulse called to the monster inside him. Every opened vein sang its siren song. Carlyle's control was absolute, perfected over 2.5 centuries, but it was never effortless. Each day in the hospital required an act of will, a constant choice to be the man he wanted to be rather than the creature he'd become. The loneliness remained. Carlyle had colleagues but no friends, professional respect but no intimacy. He lived in boarding houses and modest apartments, maintaining a life that looked normal from outside but felt hollow within. He was surrounded by humans every day, touching them, healing them, sometimes holding their hands as they died. But he could never truly be one of them. The distance was insurmountable. As the 19th century drew toward its close, Carlyle began to wonder if this was all immortality offered, an eternal cycle of moving, establishing new identities, practicing medicine, then moving again before his agelessness became noticeable. Centuries of competent isolation, helping others while remaining fundamentally alone. He had achieved his goal of living morally as a vampire, of being a healer rather than a killer, but some deeper hunger remained unsatisfied. What Carlyle craved, though he barely admitted it to himself, was family. Not the biological family he'd lost in 1663, but something new. Companions who shared his existence, who understood the weight of immortality, who chose compassion over cruelty. Others like him, not in species but in philosophy. He had lived for 250 years without finding a single vampire who shared his values, who wanted more than predatory existence. The dream seemed impossible. Creating another vampire meant condemning someone to the transformation's agony, to eternal thirst, to the burden he carried. How could he justify inflicting that on anyone? The moral weight seemed insurmountable. Even if he found someone dying, someone whose mortal life was ending regardless, taking that choice felt wrong. Who was he to decide someone's immortal fate? Yet the loneliness deepened with each passing year. Carlyle found himself watching families, observing the bonds between parents and children, the connection between siblings, the intimacy of married couples. These simple human relationships, temporary and fragile as they were, held something he desperately wanted: belonging, the sense of being part of something larger than himself. By 1918, Carlyle Cullen was 278 years old. He had lived through the English Civil War and the French Revolution, had witnessed the birth of modern science and medicine, had seen empires rise and fall. He had maintained his compassionate nature despite every pressure to abandon it, had proven that vampires could be more than monsters. He had succeeded in every goal he'd set for himself, except one. He was still utterly, completely alone. And as the Great War raged across Europe and Spanish influenza began its deadly sweep through America, Carlyle had no idea that his centuries of isolation were about to end. That, in a Chicago hospital, during a pandemic's darkest hours, he would make a choice that would change everything. That loneliness, after 2.5 centuries of constant companionship, was finally about to release its grip. The family he'd dreamed of, the companions he'd craved, the belonging he'd sought through 250 years of immortal exile, were waiting just ahead. All it would take was one dying woman's desperate plea and the courage to answer it. Chicago in 1918 was drowning, not in water, but in death. Spanish influenza swept through the city like an invisible wildfire, filling hospitals beyond capacity, overwhelming morgues, turning streets into processions of funeral carriages. The pandemic killed with terrifying speed and seeming randomness, striking down healthy young adults in their prime, while sometimes sparing the elderly and weak. Medical science had no answer, no treatment, no hope to offer beyond rest and prayer. For a doctor like Carlyle Cullen, the helplessness was torment. He worked 20-hour shifts at Columbus Hospital, moving through wards filled with dying patients, offering what comfort he could while knowing it made little difference. His vampire nature allowed him to work without rest, to maintain focus through exhaustion that would have broken human physicians. But immortality couldn't cure the sick or save the dying. All it could do was bear witness to humanity's suffering. Over and over, century after century, plague after plague, the blood should have been unbearable. Carlyle was surrounded by it constantly, the scent of illness mixing with the copper tang of mortality, patients coughing blood into handkerchiefs, others bleeding from their noses and ears as the virus ravaged their bodies. Every breath he didn't need to take carried the smell of death and disease. Every moment tested his control, his commitment to the life he'd chosen. But 255 years of practice held firm. The thirst was there, always there, burning at the back of his throat. But it was manageable. It had to be. In late September, a woman was admitted to his ward who was different from the others. Not in her symptoms, those were grimly familiar by now, but in the way she looked at him, the desperate intelligence in her fever-bright eyes. Elizabeth Mason was dying. That much was obvious. The virus had progressed too far, her lungs too damaged, her body too weakened by days of high fever. But it wasn't her own death that consumed her thoughts. Her son lay in the bed beside hers, Edward Mason, 17 years old, with his mother's green eyes and his father's bronze-colored hair. The boy was further along in the disease progression than Elizabeth. his breathing labored and wet, his skin burning with fever that refused to break. Carlyle had seen enough influenza patients to recognize the signs. The boy would die first, probably within hours. The mother would follow soon after, her heart already weakened, her will to live tied to a son she couldn't save. Carlyle tended to them both with the careful attention he gave all his patients, checking vitals, adjusting pillows, offering water they could barely swallow. Edward drifted in and out of consciousness, sometimes lucid enough to recognize his mother's voice, other times lost in fever dreams that made him call out for his father, dead 3 days earlier from the same disease. Elizabeth never looked away from her son, her eyes tracking every labored breath, every pained movement, as if she could keep him alive through sheer force of will. Late that night, when Carlyle came to check on them during his rounds, Elizabeth was awake and waiting. Her hand shot out with surprising strength, gripping his wrist with fever-heated fingers. Her eyes, sunken and shadowed, fixed on his face with an intensity that stopped him cold. "You're different from the other doctors," she whispered, her voice rough from coughing. "I've watched you. You never sleep, never eat, never grow tired. You move like something not quite human. Your eyes are the wrong color, wrong in a way I can't explain." Carlyle's throat tightened with a different kind of thirst now. Fear, sharp and immediate. In 2.5 centuries, no one had spoken such observations aloud. He'd been careful, always so careful. But Elizabeth Marson, dying and desperate, had seen what others missed. "Mrs. Marson, you're feverish," he said gently, trying to extract his wrist from her grip. "You need to rest." "Don't." Her fingers tightened. "Don't pretend I'm delirious. I'm dying, doctor. I know that. But Edward, my Edward." Her voice broke, tears spilling down her wasted cheeks. "He's all I have. His father is gone. I'm going. He'll be alone. And he's so young. He has so much life ahead of him." "I'm doing everything I can for him," Carlyle said, and it was true. But everything wasn't enough. Nothing was enough against this disease. "No." Elizabeth pulled him closer with strength that shouldn't have been possible in her condition. "Not everything. You know what I'm asking. I can see it in your face, in the way you're looking at me. You know, and you can do something. Something the other doctors can't." Her eyes burned into his, feverish and utterly certain. "Save him. Save my son. Do whatever it is you can do. Whatever you are, I don't care. Just save him. Please." The plea hung in the air between them, impossible and undeniable. She was asking him to do the one thing he'd sworn never to do, to inflict his curse on another soul, to drag someone else into the immortal darkness he'd endured for 2.5 centuries. How could she understand what she was asking? The transformation's agony, the endless thirst, the weight of forever watching everyone you love grow old and die. She was offering her son an eternity of that, wrapped in a mother's desperate love. But as Carlyle looked at Edward Marson, 17 years old and dying, something shifted in him. The boy had his whole life ahead of him, or should have. Dreams unfinished, experiences never had, potential unfulfilled. Influenza was stealing all of that, erasing a future that should have spanned decades, and Carlyle had the power to prevent it. The power to answer a dying mother's final prayer. "Please," Elizabeth whispered again. "You're the only hope I have. I can't save him, but you can. I know you can." Carlyle stood there, frozen in indecision, while the woman's grip on his wrist slowly weakened. Her breathing grew more labored, each inhalation a struggle. She was dying now, in these moments, and her last thoughts were for her son. The love in that desperation, the absolute surrender of a mother offering anything, everything, for her child's survival, struck something deep in Carlyle's ancient heart. "I'll do what I can," he heard himself say, the words coming from somewhere beyond conscious thought. "I promise you, Elizabeth, I'll save him." The relief in her eyes was profound, transcendent. She smiled, released his wrist, and closed her eyes. Within minutes, her breathing slowed, stuttered, and stopped. Elizabeth Marcen died believing her son would live, trusting a stranger with her most precious gift, never knowing the full price of what she'd asked. Carlyle stood beside her body, then turned to Edward. The boy was unconscious now, his breathing shallow and irregular, death approaching with each struggling heartbeat. There were other patients in the ward, other doctors and nurses moving between beds. Carlyle couldn't do what needed to be done here, not with witnesses who might see, might question, might understand. He made his decision in an instant. Carlyle lifted Edward from his bed with careful strength, wrapping the boy in blankets to hide his face. To anyone who noticed, he was simply moving a patient, perhaps to a private room or the morgue. No one questioned him. The hospital was chaos, death so common that one more dying teenager attracted no attention. Carlyle carried Edward out of the hospital, through streets emptied by fear of contagion, to his own apartment across the city. He laid the boy on his bed, the only real furniture in his Spartan living space. Edward's breathing was barely perceptible now, his heartbeat a faint flutter against Carlyle's sensitive hearing. Minutes remained, perhaps less. Death was reaching for him with skeletal fingers. For the first time in 255 years, Carlyle Cullen chose to create another vampire. He bit into Edward's throat, into his wrists, injecting venom directly into the bloodstream. The boy jerked once, then went still as the transformation began. Carlyle stepped back, watching the changes start, watching Edward's face contort with the beginning of agony he would endure for 3 days. The guilt was immediate and overwhelming. What had he done? He'd condemned this boy to immortality, to endless thirst, to the weight of forever without asking permission, without explaining the cost. Yes, Elizabeth had begged for this, but she hadn't understood what she was asking. Edward certainly hadn't chosen this, and now it was too late. The venom was spreading, rewriting his body cell by cell, killing and remaking him into something that could never go back. Carlyle paced his apartment through those 3 days, listening to Edward's muffled screams, the sounds of agony the boy couldn't contain. He'd piled blankets over Edward to muffle the noise, terrified that neighbors would hear and investigate. Every scream was an accusation, every cry of pain, a reminder of what he'd done. This was why he'd never created another vampire before. This suffering, this torture, how could he justify inflicting it on anyone? But he'd made a promise to a dying mother, and beneath the guilt, beneath the horror of what he'd done, something else stirred. Hope. The possibility that when Edward emerged from the transformation, Carlyle wouldn't be alone anymore. That, after 2.5 centuries of isolation, he might finally have a companion who understood this existence, who could share the burden of immortality. On the 3rd day, Edward's screams stopped. The silence was somehow worse, heavy with anticipation and dread. Then, the boy's eyes opened, and they were no longer green. They were bright red, brilliant crimson, the color of fresh human blood, the color color of every newborn vampire, marking him as a predator, a killer, something that would need to feed on human life to survive. Edward's hand shot up to his throat, confusion and panic flooding his perfect features. What? What happened to me? Where am I? Where's my mother? The questions came in a rush. His voice different now, clearer and more musical than it had been in life. Carlyle approached carefully, hands visible, posture non-threatening. Edward, I need you to stay calm. You've been very sick. Your mother, she didn't make it. I'm sorry. The grief that crossed Edward's face was human, achingly familiar. But when he moved to sit up, the movement was too fast, too fluid, superhuman grace replacing mortal awkwardness. Edward stared at his hands, watching them move with speed and precision he'd never possessed in life. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel so strange? And why? He pressed his hand to his throat again. Why does my throat burn like this? So Carlyle explained everything, what Edward had become, what it meant, the thirst that would define his existence, the choice Carlyle had made based on his mother's dying wish. He told the truth, unflinching and complete, giving Edward the information he deserved even if it came 3 days too late to change anything. Edward listened with growing horror, his red eyes wide with disbelief and dawning understanding. You're saying I'm a vampire, a monster, that I need to drink blood to survive. He looked at his pale hands, the stone-like skin that would never age, never change, that I'll never die, never grow older, never be human again. Yes, Carlyle said quietly, I'm sorry, Edward. Your mother begged me to save you, and this was the only way I knew how. But I understand if you hate me for it. I won't blame you. Edward stood, testing his new body, feeling the strength that hummed through his limbs, the heightened senses that made the dim apartment bright as day to his enhanced vision. He could hear heartbeats from neighboring apartments, smell the blood pumping through human veins, and the scent made his throat burn with sudden, desperate hunger. I should hate you, he said slowly. You took my humanity, my life, my choice. You made me into this thing. I know, but you also saved me. My mother's last wish was for me to live, and you made that possible. Even if this isn't the life she imagined, even if this isn't what I would have chosen, I'm here. I'm not dead. Edward turned to face Carlyle fully, his expression complex, conflicted. So what happens now? Do I hunt? Do I kill? Is that what I am now? Carlyle felt something unlock in his chest, a door opening that had been closed for centuries. That's your choice, Edward. I can teach you another way. It won't be easy, and it will never stop being difficult, but you don't have to be a killer. I haven't killed a human in 255 years. I survive on animal blood. It's not as satisfying. The thirst never truly goes away, but it's possible. You can be a vampire without being a monster. The hope in Edward's eyes was fragile, desperate. You teach me? Show me how. If you want to learn, if you're willing to try. Carlyle extended his hand, an offering and a promise. You don't have to be alone in this, Edward. I've been alone for a very long time, and I don't want that for you. We can learn together, figure out how to exist in this world without destroying it. Edward stared at the offered hand for a long moment, then reached out and took it. His grip was strong, the handshake of someone accepting a compact, a partnership. My mother trusted you with her last breath. I suppose I can too. That moment, that handshake, changed everything for Carlyle Cullen. For 2.5 centuries, he'd existed in isolation, perfecting his control, living morally but fundamentally alone. Now, suddenly, impossibly, he had a companion, someone who shared his existence, who could understand the weight of immortality, who might choose the same path of compassion over cruelty. Teaching Edward was both easier and harder than Carlyle expected. The boy had a remarkable gift, one that manifested within days of his transformation. Edward could hear thoughts, read minds, perceive the unspoken words and hidden intentions of everyone around him. It was an ability that both helped and hindered his control. He could sense when humans planned to approach, giving him time to prepare his restraint, but he could also hear their every thought, their memories and feelings, and the rich internal lives that made them unbearably human, unbearably alive. They hunted together in the forests outside Chicago, Edward learning to track and kill animals instead of humans. Mountain lions became their preferred prey, their blood the closest to human in satisfaction. Edward struggled with the restriction, with the constant burn in his throat that animal blood eased but never truly quenched. More than once, he questioned why they denied their nature, why they chose this harder path when the alternative was so readily available. Carlyle answered with patience and philosophy, explaining his beliefs about the value of human life, about choosing compassion over convenience, about being more than what their nature demanded. We're monsters by biology, Edward, but we don't have to be monsters by choice. Every day we resist, every human life we spare is a victory over what we are. That has to mean something. Edward absorbed these lessons with the intensity of youth, questioning everything, arguing frequently, but ultimately accepting Carlyle's guidance. The bond between them deepened through those early months, shifting from maker and creation to something more like father and son. Carlyle had never expected that, had never imagined the paternal feelings that would bloom in his ancient heart for this boy he'd saved and damned in equal measure. By 1919, they'd established a life together. Carlyle returned to medicine, taking a position at a different hospital where no one knew him. Edward enrolled in university, his sharp mind and new photographic memory making him an exceptional student. They lived quietly, carefully, two vampires pretending to be human, supporting each other in the daily struggle against their nature. But Edward was restless in ways Carlyle had never been. The mind-reading gift that should have been an advantage became a torture. Edward heard the thoughts of everyone around him, the petty cruelties and casual evils that humans inflicted on each other. He heard murderers planning their crimes, heard abusers justifying their violence, heard the darkness that lived in human hearts alongside the light, and it disturbed him deeply. In 1920, Edward made a decision that broke Carlyle's heart. He was leaving, not forever, he promised, but for a while. He needed to explore what it meant to be a vampire on his own terms, needed to understand his nature without Carlyle's morality constraining him. He would still follow the most important rule. He would only hunt murderers, only kill those who deserved death. In his mind, he could be a monster with morality, using his gift to punish the wicked. Carlyle tried to argue, tried to explain that murder was murder regardless of the victim's character, that killing would change Edward in ways he couldn't predict. But Edward was determined, and Carlyle couldn't stop him, couldn't cage him with rules and expectations. So he let his son go, let him walk away into the night, and hoped desperately that Edward would find his way back. The loneliness returned with crushing force. Carlyle had tasted companionship, had known what it meant to have family, and losing it was agony. He threw himself into his work, took longer shifts, treated more patients, anything to avoid the emptiness of his apartment, where Edward's absence echoed in every room. The isolation he'd endured for centuries seemed unbearable now that he knew the alternative. Months passed. Carlyle heard nothing from Edward, had no idea where his son had gone or what he was doing. He could only hope that the boy's conscience would eventually bring him home, that the killing, even of killers, would wear on Edward's soul the way Carlyle knew it would. Then, in the summer of 1921, everything changed again. Carlyle was working at a hospital in Wisconsin, having moved to put distance between himself and the Chicago memories. A woman was brought into the emergency room, a suicide attempt. She'd thrown herself from a cliff. The injuries were catastrophic. Internal bleeding, crushed bones, a skull fracture that should have killed her instantly. She was dying, minutes from death, and there was nothing Carlyle or any physician could do to save her. But as Carlyle examined her broken body, recognition struck him like lightning. He knew this woman. Not well, not recently, but he knew her, Esme Ann Platt, though her last name had been Evenson when he'd treated her 10 years earlier for a broken leg. She'd been 16 then, a vibrant girl with a laugh that lit up the room. He'd set her leg, and she'd looked at him with such admiration, such innocent fascination, that it had made him uncomfortable in a way he couldn't quite name. Now she was 26, her body ruined, her heartbeat fading. Carlyle stood over her, feeling history repeat itself with devastating clarity. Another dying patient, another opportunity to save a life by ending it, another choice that would change everything. But Elizabeth Mason had asked him to save her son. Esme hadn't asked for anything. She'd chosen death, had deliberately ended her life. Who was he to override that choice? But as Carlyle listened to her slowing heart, as he watched death approach to claim another young life cut short, he couldn't do it, couldn't let her die. Maybe it was loneliness making the choice. Maybe it was the memory of her 16-year-old smile. Maybe it was simply the doctor's instinct to preserve life at any cost. Whatever the reason, Carlyle made his decision. For the second time, he carried a dying patient from the hospital to his home. For the second time, he bit into her throat and wrists, injecting venom, beginning a transformation. And for the second time, he listened to 3 days of screaming, 3 days of agony, 3 days of guilt and hope intertwined. When Esme opened her eyes, they were red like Edward's had been, but the emotion in them was different. Not confusion or horror, but recognition. "You," she whispered, her new voice musical and clear. "The doctor from Ashland. You set my leg when I was 16. I never forgot your face, your kindness." Then reality crashed in, the strangeness of her body, the burning in her throat. "But something's different. I'm different. What happened to me?" Carlyle explained again. The same speech he'd given Edward, the same terrible truth. But Esme's reaction was nothing like Edward's had been. She listened with growing understanding, then reached up and touched Carlyle's face with gentle fingers. "You saved me. After I tried to end it, after I jumped, you brought me back." "Why? I couldn't let you die," Carlyle said simply. "I'm sorry if that was selfish. I'm sorry if you wanted death more than this existence. But when I saw it was you, I couldn't just let you go." Tears formed in Esme's red eyes, blood-tinged and impossible, sliding down her marble cheeks. I jumped because I lost my baby, my son. He was 3 days old, and he died, and I couldn't. The pain was too much. I thought death would end it. She looked at her pale hands, the strength she could feel humming through her immortal body. But maybe this is a second chance. Maybe I was meant to survive, meant to be here, with you. The words sent something warm cascading through Carlyle's chest, an emotion he hadn't allowed himself to feel in centuries. I've been alone for a very long time, Esme. 258 years. I had a companion, a son I created 2 years ago, but he left. He needed to find his own path, and I thought I'd be alone again, forever maybe. But now you're here, and I find myself hoping that you might stay, that we could figure out this existence together. Esme smiled, and it was the same smile he remembered from 10 years ago. Radiant despite the changes, warm despite the immortal cold of her skin. I'd like that very much. They spent weeks together while Esme learned to be a vampire, while Carlyle taught her everything he'd taught Edward. But Esme was different from Edward in fundamental ways. Where Edward had struggled with the restriction of animal blood, questioning and resisting, Esme accepted it immediately. She trusted Carlyle completely, followed his guidance without argument, seemed to understand instinctively the life he was offering, and somewhere in those weeks, teaching became something more. Companionship became affection. Affection became love. Carlyle had never allowed himself to feel romantic love, had never considered that possibility in his immortal existence. But with Esme, it bloomed naturally, inevitably, two lonely souls finding completion in each other. She loved him with a fierceness that took his breath away, and he loved her with the accumulated longing of 2.5 centuries of isolation. Finally finding release, in the fall of 1921, Edward returned. He came to their door unexpectedly, his eyes no longer red but golden, the color of animal blood sustained over months. He looked tired in a way that had nothing to do with physical exhaustion, worn down by experiences Carlyle could only imagine. "I couldn't do it," Edward said quietly, standing in the doorway like a penitent seeking absolution. "I tried. I hunted murderers, convinced myself I was doing something righteous, but hearing their thoughts as they died, feeling their fear even if they deserved punishment, it destroyed something in me. You were right, Carlyle. Murder is murder. The victim's character doesn't change what it does to your soul." Carlyle pulled his son into an embrace, relief flooding through him. "I'm glad you came back. I'm glad you found your way home." Edward pulled back, noticing Esme for the first time where she stood behind Carlyle. His gift activated immediately, reading her thoughts, understanding in an instant who she was and what she meant to his creator. A slow smile crossed his face, genuine and warm. "You found someone. You're not alone anymore. Neither are you," Carlyle said, pulling Esme forward. "Edward, this is Esme. Esme, this is Edward. My son, our son, if you'll have him." Esme's face lit up with joy, the maternal instinct that had defined her human life finding new expression. "Of course, a son, a family. It's everything I wanted, everything I lost. But now, somehow, impossibly, I have it again." The three of them stood together in that moment, an impossible family bound not by blood but by choice, by shared existence, by love that transcended the curse of immortality. Carlyle looked at Edward and Esme, at the family he'd never dared to dream of, and felt something he hadn't experienced in 258 years. He felt complete. The loneliness that had been his constant companion since 1663 finally released its grip. He had a partner who loved him, a son who'd chosen to return, a family that understood what he was and loved him anyway. The weight of forever suddenly seemed lighter, bearable, even beautiful when shared with those who mattered. But this was only the beginning. 3 vampires living together, supporting each other, building a life based on compassion rather than cruelty. It was unprecedented, unusual, a new kind of vampire existence. And as they settled into their life together, as they learned to be a family, none of them knew that they would grow, that others would join them, each bringing their own pain and gifts and need for belonging. The Cullen family had begun, and its story was just starting to unfold. Rochester, New York, in 1933 was a city of contrasts. The Great Depression had hollowed out much of America, leaving breadlines and desperation in its wake. But some families remained untouched by the economic collapse, insulated by old money and careful investments. The Hales were such a family, their wealth inherited through generations, their position in Rochester society unassailable despite the poverty spreading through the streets below their mansion on East Avenue. Rosalie Lillian Hale was 18 years old and widely considered the most beautiful girl in Rochester, perhaps in all of New York. Her beauty was the kind that stopped conversations, that made people stare openly, despite the rudeness of it. Golden hair that caught light like spun honey, violet blue eyes framed by dark lashes, features so perfectly symmetrical they seemed sculpted rather than born. She moved through her privileged world like a queen, aware of her beauty and the power it gave her, using it with the casual cruelty of someone who'd never known limitation. But Rosalie's beauty was also her prison. Her parents, especially her mother, treated her loveliness as the family's greatest asset, something to be cultivated and displayed and ultimately traded for the best possible marriage. Rosalie had been raised to be decorative, to smile and charm, and never express an opinion that might diminish her appeal. Education beyond basic refinement was unnecessary. Intelligence, if she possessed it, was to be hidden. Her purpose was singular: to marry well, to secure the family's social position through an advantageous match. She accepted this role because she knew nothing else. Rosalie attended parties and charity events, wore expensive gowns, smiled at eligible young men while her mother watched approvingly from across the room. She was admired, envied, desired by every man who saw her, and she enjoyed the attention, the power of her beauty, even as some part of her recognized the emptiness beneath it all. Royce King II noticed her at a country club dance in the spring of 1933. He was the son of the bank president, wealthy and handsome in a conventional way, with the confidence of someone who'd never been denied anything he wanted. When he approached Rosalie, his eyes held the same acquisitive gleam she'd seen in men appraising expensive cars or thoroughbred horses. She was a prize to be won, a beautiful object to add to his collection. Their courtship was everything Rosalie's mother had dreamed of. Royce sent flowers, took her to elegant restaurants, was seen with her at all the right social functions. He was charming when it suited him, attentive in public, everything a suitable husband should be. Rosalie's parents approved enthusiastically, her father seeing business advantages in the union, her mother seeing social triumph. The engagement was announced in the society pages, accompanied by a photograph of Rosalie's perfect face, her ring catching the camera's flash. Rosalie told herself she was happy. This was what she'd been raised for. what her entire life had been building toward. Royce was handsome and wealthy. Their future would be comfortable. She would have beautiful children and a beautiful home, and the admiration of everyone who mattered. What more could she want? If sometimes she felt hollow, if the future stretching ahead seemed more like a sentence than a promise, she pushed those thoughts away. This was her role. This was her life. In April of 1933, just weeks before the wedding, Rosalie went to visit her friend Vera. It was evening, the spring air cool and pleasant. The walk from Vera's house back toward her own, just a few blocks through safe, familiar streets. Vera had a son, a baby boy with chubby cheeks and grasping fingers, and holding him had stirred something unexpected in Rosalie, a longing for something real, something meaningful beyond beauty and social position, a future where she might be more than decorative. She was still thinking about that baby, about the warmth of his small body in her arms, when she heard laughter ahead, male voices, loud and rough with alcohol. Rosalie recognized one of them immediately, Royce, her fiancé, stumbling out of a bar with several of his friends. She started to call out to him, to wave, already anticipating his embarrassment at being seen drunk. Then she saw his face more clearly under the streetlight, saw the way he looked at her, the expression that held no recognition, no love, nothing but entitlement and cruelty. His friends were laughing, making crude jokes, and Royce was laughing with them, about her, about what he would do to her after the wedding, about his rights as a husband, about breaking in his beautiful new possession. Rosalie froze, understanding flooding through her with terrible clarity. This was who Royce really was, beneath the charm, beneath the public courtesy. This was the man she'd promised to marry, the future she'd accepted without question. And before she could move, before she could run, he saw her. "Well, look at this," Royce said, his words slurred but his intent clear. "My beautiful fiancée, out walking alone. Come here, Rose. Let me show my friends what I'm getting." She tried to back away, but his friends had already surrounded her, cutting off escape. Royce grabbed her arm with bruising force, his expensive cologne mixing with the reek of whiskey. "Don't be shy, darling. We're getting married in a few weeks anyway. What's the harm in starting a little early?" What happened next would stay with Rosalie forever, burned into her memory with perfect clarity. The alley they dragged her into, the cobblestones cold against her back, her expensive dress, the one she'd worn to Vera's, torn and ruined, the laughter of Royce's friends, watching, participating, treating her violation as entertainment, the pain, both physical and psychological, as everything she'd believed about herself, about her worth, about her future, was destroyed with casual brutality. They left her there when they were done, bleeding and broken on the dirty ground. Her beauty no protection, her family's wealth no salvation. Royce leaned down before he left, his voice almost tender. "Don't look so upset, darling. We're getting married anyway. This doesn't change anything. You're still going to be Mrs. Royce King II." Rosalie lay in that alley for what felt like hours, but was probably minutes, unable to move, unable to process what had been done to her. The physical pain was immense, her body broken in ways she couldn't fully catalogue, but the psychological destruction was worse. Everything she'd built her identity on, her beauty, her desirability, her power over men through her appearance, all of it had been revealed as illusion. She was powerless. She'd always been powerless, just a beautiful object for men to use and discard. She would have died there if Carlisle Cullen hadn't found her. The doctor was walking home from a late shift at the hospital when he heard her shallow breathing, her racing heartbeat struggling to sustain life. He followed the sounds into the alley and found her there, ruined and dying, her violet eyes staring at nothing. Carlisle recognized her immediately. Rosalie Hale, the beautiful socialite whose engagement had been announced in every newspaper, whose face appeared regularly in society columns. He knew what had happened from her injuries, from her torn clothing, from the scent of male violence that hung in the air, and he knew she was dying, bleeding internally, her body shutting down from trauma and blood loss. The choice he faced was familiar by now. Another young life ending too soon, another opportunity to save someone by condemning them to immortality. But this time, Carlisle's motivations were more complex. He'd been thinking about Edward's loneliness, about how his son remained alone while Carlisle had found love with Esme. Edward needed a companion, a mate, someone who could understand his existence and share it. And Rosalie was beautiful, so beautiful that even dying, even broken and bleeding, her loveliness was undeniable. Carlisle made his choice based on that reasoning. He would save Rosalie, give her immortal life, and perhaps she would become Edward's companion. Perhaps her beauty and Edward's loneliness would find resolution in each other. It seemed logical, even compassionate. He was saving her life and offering Edward the connection he desperately needed. For the third time, Carlisle carried a dying person from the streets to his home. For the third time, he bit into her throat and wrists, beginning the transformation. But as he listened to Rosalie's screams over the next 3 days, as he heard the agony in her voice, something began to trouble him. He'd made this choice for Edward, not for Rosalie. Had he asked himself what she would want? Had he considered that she might prefer death to immortality? Or had he simply decided her fate based on his own desires, on his hope for his son's happiness? When Rosalie opened her eyes on the third day, they were the brilliant red of newborn vampires. She sat up slowly, taking in her transformed body, the strength humming through her limbs, the burning in her throat. Then she saw Carlisle, and recognition flickered across her perfect features. "Dr. Cullen," she said, her voice musical and clear, so different from the broken whispers of 3 days ago. "I remember you from the hospital charity events. You saved me." Then the full reality hit her, the strangeness of her body, the memories of the alley, the violation that had preceded this transformation. "But what am I now? What did you do to me?" Carlisle explained, as he always did, the truth of what she'd become. But with Rosalie, he also explained his reasoning. "I have a son, Edward. He's been alone for so long, never finding a companion who understands him. When I saw you, so beautiful even in death, I thought perhaps you and Edward might find happiness together. I'm sorry if that was presumptuous. I'm sorry if I made this choice for the wrong reasons." Rosalie's expression shifted through several emotions: understanding, anger, bitter amusement. "You turned me into a vampire to be your son's companion. You gave me eternal life as a matchmaking scheme." She laughed, and there was no humor in it. "Did it occur to you to ask what I wanted? Did you consider that I might have preferred to die rather than live forever as a reminder of what was done to me?" "I know," Carlisle said quietly. "I realized that too late. I let my hope for Edward cloud my judgment. I'm sorry, Rosalie, truly sorry." She stood, testing her new body, feeling the power in it, the strength that dwarfed what she'd possessed in life. "I was powerless when I was human. Beautiful, yes, but powerless. Men could do whatever they wanted to me, and my beauty was just an excuse for their cruelty. But now, she looked at her marble hands, flexed fingers that could crush stone. Now I have power, real power, and I'm going to use it. Before Carlyle could stop her, before he could warn her of the consequences, Rosalie left. She spent the next week hunting, not for blood, but for revenge. One by one, she found the men who had destroyed her, Royce's friends first, tracking them to their homes, their clubs, the places they felt safe. She killed each of them, but not with her newfound vampiric thirst. She refused to drink their blood, refused to let them become part of her in any way. Instead, she simply ended them, used her strength to stop their hearts, to silence their laughter forever. Royce, she saved for last. She found him in his apartment, drunk as usual, unworried because the wedding had been quietly called off. The beautiful fiancée, who disappeared after being mugged, no longer his concern. Rosalie appeared in his room like a nightmare made flesh, her beauty now terrifying rather than appealing, her strength absolute. "Do you recognize me, Royce?" she asked, watching fear bloom in his eyes. "Your beautiful fiancé, the prize you won and then destroyed." He tried to run, to scream, but she was faster, stronger, inevitable. Rosalie killed him slowly, making him feel every moment of fear, every second of helplessness she'd experienced in that alley. And when it was done, when he was dead, and she stood over his body, she felt nothing, no satisfaction, no completion, no healing, just emptiness where her humanity used to be. She returned to Carlyle's house to find the family waiting. Carlyle, Esme, and Edward, all watching her approach with varying expressions. Carlyle's face held understanding and sadness. Esme's showed maternal concern. Edward's was carefully blank, his gift allowing him to hear her thoughts, to understand exactly what she'd done and why. "I killed them," Rosalie said, her voice flat. "All of them. But I didn't drink. I wouldn't let them touch me that way. Wouldn't let them inside me even as blood. Does that make me better or worse than a normal vampire?" "It makes you Rosalie," Esme said gently, stepping forward. "It makes you someone who was hurt and sought justice the only way she knew how. You're not damned for that. You're just adjusting." Edward spoke for the first time, his voice quiet. "I can hear your thoughts. I know Carlyle hoped we might be companions, that we might find love together. I'm sorry he put that expectation on you. I never asked for it, and I don't want you to feel obligated." Rosalie looked at Edward, really looked at him, seeing the loneliness in his golden eyes, the isolation that matched her own. "You're beautiful," she said, "almost as beautiful as I am. We'd make a stunning couple, wouldn't we? Society would approve." Her laugh was bitter. "But I don't want a companion, Edward. I don't want romance, or love, or any of the things I was supposed to want as a human. I just want to exist without anyone touching me, using me, deciding my fate for me." "That's fair," Edward said simply. "We can be family without being lovers. Siblings, if you prefer. I'd like that, actually. A sister who understands this existence, who doesn't need me to be anything more than what I am." Over the following months, Rosalie adjusted to her new existence. She lived with the Cullens, learned to hunt animals instead of humans, developed her control until her eyes shifted from red to gold. But she struggled with what she'd become in ways the others hadn't. Carlyle had chosen immortality to avoid killing. Esme had accepted it as a second chance. Edward had been given it unknowingly, but made his peace with it. Rosalie had never wanted it at all. What bothered her most was the loss of everything she'd dreamed of in a vague, unexamined way. She would never age now, never have children, never experience the normal human life she'd taken for granted. The future that had seemed so certain, marriage and motherhood and growing old, surrounded by family, was gone forever. She traded it for eternal youth and beauty, for power and strength. But the exchange felt unequal. Her beauty, which had been both her currency and her curse in life, became something different in immortality. It was enhanced now, supernatural, impossible to ignore. People stared even more than they had before, drawn to her perfect features like moths to flame. But Rosalie no longer cared about admiration. She understood too well that beauty was just another form of vulnerability, an excuse for others to project their desires onto her. She grew vain about her appearance, but not from narcissism. It was more like obsessive inventory, constant checking to ensure she was still perfect, still in control of the one thing that was truly hers. The mirror became her companion, her reassurance that she still existed, still had worth beyond what others tried to take from her. Edward and Rosalie developed a sibling bond that worked precisely because it was free from romantic expectation. They understood each other's damage, respected each other's boundaries, and found comfort in companionship without intimacy. Edward could hear her thoughts and never judged the bitterness there, the anger that simmered beneath her beautiful surface. Rosalie saw Edward's loneliness and never tried to fix it, just acknowledged it as valid, as real as her own loss. By 1935, the Cullen family had settled into new patterns. 4 vampires living together, pretending to be human, moving every few years to avoid suspicion. They were in Tennessee when everything changed again, when Rosalie made a choice that would reshape the family once more. She was hunting alone in the Smoky Mountains, tracking a mountain lion through the dense forest. The scent of blood reached her suddenly, human blood, fresh and abundant. Her throat burned with immediate thirst, the predator in her responding to the smell before her mind could engage. She followed the scent to a clearing and found its source. A man lay broken beneath a massive black bear, the animal feeding on him even as he still lived. Rosalie could hear his heartbeat, rapid and weakening, could smell the fear mixing with his blood. She should have left, should have turned, and walked away before the thirst overcame her control. But something about the man stopped her. He was laughing, dying, being eaten by a bear, and he was laughing, not from hysteria or shock, but with genuine amusement, as if this was the punchline to a joke he'd been telling himself. His thoughts, which she couldn't hear but could guess at from his expression, seemed to find humor in his own stupidity, in the irony of a man who'd wrestled bears for fun finally losing to one. Rosalie killed the bear with casual strength, snapping its neck before it could react to her presence. Then she stood over the dying man, looking down at his face. He was handsome in a rough way, with dark curly hair and a strong jaw, dimples visible even through the pain. But what struck her was his expression when he saw her. Not desire, not the acquisitive hunger she'd seen in men's faces all her life, just wonder, pure, uncomplicated wonder at seeing something beautiful in his final moments. An angel, he murmured, blood bubbling at his lips. Didn't think I'd get one of those, given how I've lived, but you're the prettiest thing I've ever seen. Rosalie made her decision in that instant, not because he was handsome, not because his wonder felt different from other men's desire, but because of the laughter, the humor, the absolute lack of self-pity in the face of death. This man was dying with grace, with acceptance, with a kind of joy she'd never possessed in life or death. And she wanted that, wanted it near her, wanted it in her family, wanted to preserve it. She lifted him carefully, mindful of his broken body, and ran 100 miles to where Carlyle was staying, the man's blood singing in her ears the entire way, testing her control to its absolute limit. She didn't stop, didn't slow, didn't allow herself to consider drinking. This was her choice, her transformation to create, her chance to give someone else what had been taken from her, the choice to live. Carlyle was shocked when she burst through the door with a dying man in her arms. "Rosalie, what have you done?" "His name is Emmett," she said, though she didn't know how she knew that. "He was attacked by a bear. He's dying, and I want you to change him. I want him to be part of our family. Do you understand what you're asking?" Carlyle examined Emmett's wounds, his expression grave. The transformation, the pain, the eternal thirst. "You hated me for doing this to you. Are you certain you want to inflict it on him?" "I'm certain." Rosalie looked at Emmett's face, peaceful despite the pain, still holding that hint of amusement. "He was laughing when I found him, dying, and he was laughing. I want that in our family. I want to see what someone becomes when they accept immortality instead of fighting it." Carlyle studied her for a long moment, then nodded. "Very well, but you understand this makes you responsible for him. You'll need to teach him, guide him, help him adjust." "I understand." Rosalie stepped back, letting Carlyle work. "I'll take care of him." For 3 days, she sat beside Emmett while he burned, while his screams echoed through the house. She'd never heard her own transformation from outside, had only experienced the pain from within. Hearing it externally, understanding what she'd sounded like, what the others had endured, listening to her agony, gave her new perspective on what Carlyle had done, the guilt he must have felt, the weight of choosing immortality for others. When Emmett opened his eyes, they were red, and his first words were characteristic. "Well, that was different. Hurt like hell, but at least I'm not bare food." Then he saw Rosalie, and his expression shifted to recognition. "You, the angel, you're real." "Not an angel," Rosalie said. "A vampire, and so are you now." Emmett took the news with the same equanimity he'd faced death. He listened to Carlyle's explanation, absorbed the reality of what he'd become, then grinned with genuine delight. "So I'm basically indestructible, super strong, and I get to live forever? That's incredible. Where's the downside?" "The downside," they explained, "was the thirst, the need for blood, the constant struggle against their nature. But Emmett approached it like a challenge, a game to be won. He threw himself into learning control with enthusiasm, competed with himself to see how long he could go without feeding, treated animal hunting like a sport. His joy was infectious, transformative, changing the household dynamic in ways none of them expected." Rosalie watched him adjust with fascination. Emmett faced immortality with none of the angst or regret that had plagued the rest of them. He missed being human sometimes, missed simple pleasures like eating food or sleeping, but he didn't mourn them. Instead, he explored his new abilities with childlike wonder, wrestling with mountain lions for fun, testing the limits of his strength, finding humor in everything, and slowly, something unexpected happened. Rosalie fell in love. Not the romantic, swept-away love of human stories, but something deeper, more solid. She loved Emmett's uncomplicated joy, his ability to find humor in anything, his complete lack of aggression or entitlement. He never touched her without permission, never assumed anything, never treated her beauty as an invitation. He simply existed beside her, radiating contentment, until she found herself drawn to that light. Emmett loved her from the beginning, but patiently, without pressure. He could see her damage, could sense her boundaries, and he respected them absolutely. When she finally reached for him months after his transformation, when she allowed physical intimacy on her own terms, his joy was profound, but never possessive. He loved her strength as much as her beauty, loved her anger as much as her rare smiles. They became a unit, Rosalie and Emmett, balancing each other perfectly. Her caution tempered his recklessness. His humor softened her bitterness. Where Edward and Rosalie had found sibling affection, Rosalie and Emmett discovered romantic love, partnership, the kind of bond that made immortality seem less like a curse and more like opportunity. The Cullen family was 5 now, their patterns well established. Carlisle and Esme as the parental figures, offering guidance and stability. Edward, the eldest son, lonely but no longer isolated. Rosalie and Emmett, the newest additions, bringing their own dynamic to the family structure. They moved together, hunted together, pretended to be human together, but Rosalie still struggled with what she'd lost. She watched human families with their children, saw pregnant women with a longing that burned hotter than thirst, mourned the future that had been stolen from her in that alley in Rochester. Emmett understood, offered comfort when she needed it, never tried to fix what couldn't be fixed. "I would have been a good mother," she told him once, staring at a human baby in a park where they'd stopped during their wandering. "That's what hurts most. I would have loved my children, protected them, given them everything I never had. And now I'll never know what that feels like." Emmett took her hand, his touch gentle despite his immense strength. "I know, and I'm sorry, but you're a good sister to Edward, a good daughter to Carlisle and Esme. That's not the same, I know, but it's something. You have family, Rose. Maybe not the one you imagined, but family nonetheless." And it was true. The Cullens had become family in the deepest sense, bound not by blood but by choice, by shared existence, by love that transcended their monstrous nature. Rosalie had been turned without permission, had been given immortality she never wanted, had lost everything she'd vaguely dreamed of in her human life. But she'd also gained strength, power, and eventually love on her own terms. It wasn't the life she'd expected, but perhaps, in time, it might become the life she needed. The family of 5 continued their existence, moving through the decades, maintaining their facade of humanity. Edward remained alone, waiting for a companion who understood him completely. Rosalie and Emmett built their love day by day, learning each other across years. Carlisle and Esme held the center. Their love, the foundation, everything else rested on. They were complete, or so they thought. None of them knew that 2 more souls were searching for them, drawn by visions of a future not yet written. None of them suspected that the family would grow again, that new gifts and new damage would join their household. They lived in their present, unaware that the future was already looking for them, guided by sight that transcended time itself. The Cullen family in 1935 was solid, functional, loving despite the damage each member carried. But it was not yet complete. 2 more vampires were coming, drawn by destiny or chance or something in between. And when they arrived, the family would finally become what it was always meant to be, whole. In 1920, in a small town in Mississippi, a girl named Mary Alice Brandon was born into a world that would never understand her. From her earliest memories, Alice saw things that hadn't happened yet, flashes of the future, visions that came unbidden, showing her moments that existed only in possibility. A neighbor's fall before it happened, her mother's headache hours before it struck, her father's business failures days before they occurred. She told her family about these visions with the innocent certainty of childhood, expecting them to listen, to believe, to understand. They didn't understand. They called her imaginative, then troubled, then disturbed. Her visions became more frequent as she grew, more detailed, harder to dismiss as coincidence or lucky guesses. By the time Alice was 10, her family had begun to fear her, to treat her like something broken that needed fixing. When she described seeing her cousin's death in a riding accident 3 days before it happened, when she tried to warn them and was ignored, when the accident occurred exactly as she'd foreseen, her family made their decision. Alice was committed to an asylum, the Mississippi State Lunatic Asylum, they called it. A sprawling institution where the inconvenient and incomprehensible were hidden away from polite society. She was 13 years old, diagnosed with disturbed delusions, a danger to herself and others. Her visions were classified as psychotic breaks, her gift labeled as madness. The doctors tried various treatments, from isolation to ice baths, to experimental therapies that left her screaming. Nothing stopped the visions. Nothing could. The asylum became Alice's entire world. She spent her teenage years in that place, watching the future unfold in her mind, while the present became increasingly unbearable. She saw other patients' fates, nurses' futures, doctors' secrets. She tried to stop warning people, tried to keep the visions to herself, but sometimes they burst out unbidden and earned her more punishment, more treatment, more proof that she was irredeemably mad. By the time Alice was 19, she'd learned to hide her gift completely. She smiled when expected, stayed quiet when observed, pretended the visions had stopped. The doctors considered her improved, stabilized, no longer acutely psychotic. But the visions continued, stronger than ever, showing her futures she couldn't prevent, tragedies she couldn't stop, a gift that had become a curse. In 1920, something changed. Alice began seeing a future that made no sense. A man, impossibly beautiful, with dark skin and golden eyes, visiting the asylum at night, not as a doctor or administrator, but as something else, something predatory. And Alice saw herself with him, saw herself changing, saw a transformation that her limited human understanding couldn't quite comprehend. The man's name was James, though Alice wouldn't learn that until later. He was a vampire, ancient and cruel, who'd been hunting in Mississippi for decades. He had a gift of his own, the ability to track anyone once he'd set his mind to it. And he'd become intrigued by rumors of a girl in the asylum who could see the future, who might provide him with interesting prey, might make the hunt more challenging. But James wasn't the only vampire interested in Alice. There was a worker at the asylum, a janitor who kept to himself, who worked night shifts and avoided sunlight. His name has been lost to history, or perhaps Alice never knew it. But he was old, turned sometime in the 1800s, and he'd developed something rare among vampires: compassion, He'd been watching Alice for months, sensing something special about her, some quality that set her apart from the other patients. When James came for Alice, when the cruel tracker finally made his move, the compassionate vampire intervened, not to save her life, that was already forfeit, but to save her from James, from becoming that monster's plaything, from an eternity of torment. In a moment of impossible mercy, he transformed Alice himself, biting her in her asylum bed, flooding her system with venom that would kill her humanity to preserve something more essential. The transformation took 3 days, as it always did, but Alice was alone for it, the compassionate vampire having disappeared after changing her, perhaps destroyed by James in retaliation, perhaps simply moving on. She burned in her asylum bed, her screams attributed to another psychotic episode, the staff keeping distance from the patient they'd written off as hopeless. When the fire in her veins finally subsided, when Alice opened her eyes to immortal vision, she was different in ways that went beyond vampire transformation. Her human memories were gone, not suppressed or hidden, but erased, wiped clean by the transformation in a way that had never happened to another vampire. Alice had no recollection of her family, her childhood, the asylum, the suffering that had defined her human existence. She didn't remember her own name, her age, where she'd come from, or who she'd been. The slate of her past was blank, empty, offering no context for the creature she'd become. But the visions remained, stronger now, clearer, enhanced by vampire senses and immortal perception. Alice could see the future with startling accuracy, could perceive the branching paths of possibility, could understand cause and effect in ways that transcended normal comprehension. And in those visions, she saw 2 things with perfect clarity. First, she saw James, the tracker who'd wanted her, who was now hunting her with single-minded obsession, furious that his prey had been stolen. She saw him searching, following her trail, determined to finish what he'd started. The visions showed her death at his hands, over and over, unless she was very careful, very clever, very lucky. Second, she saw salvation, a man with golden eyes and a scarred face, a vampire who would become everything to her. She saw their meeting in a diner, saw his shock at finding her, saw their future together spanning decades. His name came to her in the visions, Jasper, and she knew with the absolute certainty that her gift provided that he was her destiny, her purpose, the reason she'd survived transformation without memories. She existed to find him, but the visions also showed her something more. Beyond Jasper, beyond their partnership, she saw a family, vampires living together, loving each other, surviving on animal blood rather than human. She saw a blonde doctor, a kind woman with a maternal warmth, a beautiful, angry girl, a laughing boy with dark curls, and a bronze-haired young man with sad eyes. The Cullens, though she didn't yet know their name, her family, waiting in a future she had to reach. Alice left the asylum the night of her awakening, walking out unchallenged, her vampire nature making her invisible to the night staff's notice. She had no destination, no plan beyond survival, and the visions that guided her. She learned to hunt through trial and error, discovered her preference for animal blood through experimentation, found that human blood revolted her in ways it didn't seem to bother other vampires. Perhaps it was her gift showing her the futures she destroyed when she killed. Perhaps it was something else. Either way, Alice became a vegetarian vampire without knowing that such things existed. The 1920s passed in a blur of movement and hiding. Alice stayed ahead of James through her visions, seeing his approach before he arrived, disappearing before he could find her. She moved from town to town, state to state, learning to be a vampire while learning to be a person, building an identity from nothing since her past was lost. She chose the name Alice, liking how it sounded, how it felt. The surname Brandon came to her in fractured dreams that might have been visions or might have been the ghost of memories. She claimed it as her own. Alice discovered quickly that her visions were valuable. She could see stock market crashes before they happened, could predict horse races and baseball games, could know which investments would succeed and which would fail. Money accumulated easily, providing her with security, with options, with the resources to stay ahead of James's pursuit. She dressed well, stayed in nice hotels, created a life that had beauty and comfort, even if it lacked connection, but the loneliness was profound. Alice had no memories of human relationships, no context for connection, no model for how people related to each other. She was building her understanding of humanity from observation, from mimicry, from trial and error, and she was doing it alone, isolated by her nature, by James's pursuit, by the certain knowledge that she couldn't afford attachments until she found Jasper. The visions of him sustained her through the isolation. She saw him clearly now, saw his face in detail, knew his expressions, his mannerisms, the way he moved. She saw him in uniform first, Confederate grey, young and doomed. Then she saw him changed, transformed, his face marked with scars, his eyes red with human blood. She saw him grow harder, colder, the warmth in his expression dying year by year, and she saw herself saving him from that fate, offering him an alternative, showing him that existence didn't have to be suffering. Jasper Whitlock had been born in Texas in 1843, the youngest son of a ranching family. He grew up under the big Texas sky, learning to ride and rope, to work cattle and break horses. He was charismatic even as a boy, able to persuade adults to see his point of view, to convince his siblings to follow his lead. People simply liked Jasper, trusted him, wanted to please him. He never understood why, just accepted it as natural. When the Civil War began in 1861, Jasper was 18 years old, too young to enlist legally, but he lied about his age and joined the Confederate Army anyway, driven by the same patriotic fervor that swept through Texas. His natural leadership and persuasive abilities saw him rise quickly through the ranks. By 1863, he was a major in the Confederate cavalry, commanding men twice his age, leading charges that should have gotten him killed. Jasper believed in the cause he fought for with the certainty of youth and propaganda. He didn't question, didn't examine the foundations of the society he was defending. He simply served, led, fought, watching friends die around him, while he survived engagement after engagement. His ability to influence others, to boost morale, to make men follow him into impossible situations, was attributed to natural charisma. No one suspected it was something more. In April of 1863, Jasper was riding back to camp after a scouting mission when he encountered 3 women on a road in Texas. They were impossibly beautiful, pale and perfect, their voices like music when they called out for help. Maria, Nettie, and Lucy, they introduced themselves, claiming their carriage had broken down, asking if the handsome major might assist them. Jasper dismounted immediately, his natural courtesy demanding he help women in distress. He never saw the attack coming. Maria moved with inhuman speed, her teeth sinking into his throat before he could react. The transformation began there on that Texas road, venom spreading through his system, while Maria whispered promises in his ear. He would be special, she told him. He would be powerful. He would help her build an army that would conquer the South. The 3 days of transformation were agony, but Jasper endured them with military discipline, refusing to scream, to show weakness, to break. When he emerged as a vampire, his eyes brilliant red, Maria was waiting. She explained what he'd become, what she needed from him. The South was full of vampire covens fighting for territory, for feeding grounds, for dominance. Maria wanted to win those wars, and she needed an army of newborn vampires to do it. Young vampires, strong with fresh transformation, willing to fight and die at her command. Jasper's gift revealed itself immediately. He could feel emotions, not just his own, but everyone's around him. Maria's hunger for power, Nettie's underlying fear, Lucy's simmering resentment. And more than feeling, he could manipulate those emotions, could amplify fear or courage, could make others feel whatever he wanted them to feel. For Maria, this ability was perfect. Jasper could control their newborn armies, could keep them loyal, could send them into battle without fear or hesitation. So began Jasper's true nightmare. For decades, he created newborn vampires, turned humans into weapons, trained them for a year while they were strongest, then destroyed them when their usefulness ended. Over and over, an endless cycle of creation and destruction. He could feel every emotion, every fear, every moment of betrayal when the newborns realized he was going to kill them. His gift forced him to experience their terror, their pain, their desperate hope that maybe they would be spared. And then he had to end them anyway. Maria used him ruthlessly, relied on his gift to maintain her growing territory. Nettie and Lucy grew jealous of his importance, of Maria's favoritism toward her newest creation. In 1868, that jealousy boiled over into attempted coup. Nettie and Lucy attacked Maria, trying to destroy her and claim her territory. Maria survived, barely, and ordered Jasper to execute her former companions. He did, feeling their fear and hatred and regret as he tore them apart. The Southern Vampire Wars continued through the 1860s and into the 1870s. Jasper fought in battle after battle, commanded armies of newborns, destroyed rivals and former allies alike. Maria's territory expanded until she controlled most of Texas and the surrounding states. And through it all, Jasper felt everything, every death, every fear, every betrayal. His gift was a curse that forced him to experience the emotional weight of the violence he inflicted. By 1875, Jasper was exhausted in ways that transcended physical tiredness. The constant barrage of emotions, the endless cycle of creation and destruction, the weight of feeling every moment of suffering he caused, it was destroying him. He looked at his reflection and saw a stranger, his face marked by scars from countless battles, his eyes dead despite their crimson color, his expression empty of anything resembling joy or hope. He met Peter in 1876, a newborn who somehow survived past his useful period because Jasper couldn't bring himself to destroy him. Peter had been different from the others, more aware, more capable of independent thought. When the time came to end him, Jasper hesitated, and in that hesitation formed the first friendship of his vampire existence. Peter survived for 3 years, an unprecedented length of time for a newborn in Maria's army. He helped Jasper manage the other newborns, offered companionship in the darkness, provided something resembling normalcy in the horror of their existence. And when Peter fell in love with Charlotte, another newborn scheduled for destruction, Jasper made a choice that changed everything. He let them go. In 1879, when Peter and Charlotte ran from Maria's army, Jasper used his gift to mask their escape, to confuse pursuit, to give them a chance at freedom. Maria never knew he'd helped them, but Jasper knew, and it planted a seed of possibility. If Peter and Charlotte could escape, he could find a different existence. Maybe he could too. For another decade, Jasper remained with Maria, serving her, fighting her wars, destroying her enemies. But the weight of emotions was crushing him, breaking him down piece by piece. He could barely remember the human boy he'd been, the major who'd believed in causes and honor. That person was gone, replaced by a weapon, a tool, something that existed only to serve Maria's ambition. In 1890, Peter returned. He found Jasper in Mexico, pulled him aside, and spoke words that would change everything. "You don't have to live like this. There's another way. Charlotte and I, we've been surviving without the wars, without the killing. It's possible, Jasper. You can leave." Jasper didn't believe it at first. Couldn't imagine existence beyond Maria's service, beyond the cycle he'd been trapped in for almost 30 years. But Peter was persistent, painting pictures of a life without constant violence, without the emotional weight of warfare. And slowly, impossibly, hope began to kindle in Jasper's dead heart. He left Maria in 1891 without warning, simply disappeared one night with Peter and Charlotte. Maria probably could have tracked him, probably could have forced his return, but she let him go. Perhaps she recognized that her weapon was broken, that Jasper had given everything he had and had nothing left to offer. Or perhaps she simply found another vampire with useful gifts to replace him. Either way, Jasper was free, but freedom brought no relief. Away from Maria's wars, Jasper discovered that the emotional weight didn't diminish. Without the distraction of battle, without the focus that combat provided, he felt everything more acutely. The guilt for what he'd done, the grief for the thousands he'd created and destroyed, the horror of 30 years of violence. It crashed over him in waves that threatened to drown him. He wandered through the 1890s and into the 1900s, trying to find peace, searching for meaning in existence that felt pointless. Peter and Charlotte tried to help, offered companionship and understanding, but they couldn't fix what was broken in him. Jasper's gift forced him to feel his own emotions amplified. Through their reflection in others, he felt their concern, their pity, their helplessness, and it only made everything worse. Jasper tried different approaches to existence. He attempted to live as a normal vampire, hunting humans, accepting his nature without the military purpose that had defined his vampire life. But feeling his victims' fear, their desperate hope for survival, their love for families they'd never see again, made feeding unbearable. Each hunt was torture. Each kill added weight to guilt already crushing him. He tried isolation, thinking that without other emotions to feel, he might find peace. But loneliness had its own emotional weight, and experiencing it through his gift, feeling his own isolation amplified and reflected back, was its own special agony. Jasper discovered that his ability made it impossible to escape emotion. Even his own feelings became unbearable when he felt them as others would. By the 1940s, Jasper was close to despair. Almost 100 years of existence, and he'd found no purpose, no peace, no reason to continue. He'd survived the transformation, survived Maria's wars, survived decades of wandering. But survival wasn't the same as living. He existed, nothing more, waiting for something to change, something to matter, some reason to believe immortality was worth enduring. In 1948, everything changed. Jasper was in Philadelphia, moving through the city without purpose or destination, considering heading west again, maybe finding Peter and Charlotte, maybe just walking until he couldn't walk anymore. He stepped into a small diner for no particular reason, drawn by habits of human mimicry rather than any need for food. And there she was, sitting at a table near the back, a tiny woman with short dark hair and golden eyes, smiling at him like she'd been waiting her entire life for this moment. Alice Brandon stood as he approached, her face radiant with joy, with recognition, with love he couldn't understand. "Hello, Jasper," she said, her voice musical and certain. "I've been waiting for you for such a long time." Jasper froze, his gift automatically assessing her emotions. Joy, pure and uncomplicated. Relief, profound and overwhelming. Love, instant and absolute, directed at him with an intensity that took his breath away. No fear, no uncertainty, no doubt. Just certainty that he was exactly who she'd been looking for. "I don't know you," he said carefully, confusion mixing with the first stirring of hope he'd felt in decades. "Not yet," Alice agreed, still smiling. "But you will. I've seen it, Jasper. I've seen us together, seen our future, seen the family we're going to find. I've seen you happy, truly happy, free from the weight you're carrying, and I'm going to help you get there." Her certainty was absolute, unshakable. Jasper could feel it through his gift, feel her conviction that everything would work out, that he mattered, that his suffering had purpose. And beneath that certainty was something else, understanding. Somehow, this stranger understood what he'd endured, what he was feeling, what he needed, not from experience, but from visions, from futures she'd seen, from knowledge that transcended normal comprehension. "How do you know my name?" he asked, still wary but unable to look away from her joy. "I know everything about you," Alice said simply. "I've been seeing you in visions for 28 years. I know about Maria, about the wars, about the weight you carry. I know you feel like existence is pointless, like you're broken beyond repair. But you're wrong, Jasper. You're not broken. You're just waiting for the right path, and I'm here to show it to you." Jasper sat down across from her, overwhelmed by the emotions radiating from this small, strange woman. "You're a vampire. Yes, like you, but different. I drink animal blood, not human. And before you say it's impossible, it's not. I've been doing it for 28 years, and I've seen a family that's been doing it even longer. They're waiting for us. Jasper, the Cullens, they're going to be our family, our home, the place where we finally belong." Through his gift, Jasper felt no deception, no uncertainty. Alice believed everything she was saying with absolute conviction, and her emotions were affecting him, her joy infectious, her hope kindling something in his chest that had been cold for decades. He wanted to believe her, wanted to accept that existence could be more than suffering, that he could find peace, that somewhere in the future, happiness was waiting. "I don't understand," he said quietly. "Why would you wait for me? Why would you care about someone you've never met?" Alice reached across the table and took his hand. Her touch was gentle, careful, and through the contact, Jasper felt her emotions even more clearly. Love, Absolute and unconditional. Not romantic love, not yet, but something deeper. Recognition, the sense of finding something that had always been missing, of puzzle pieces finally fitting together. Because you're mine, Alice said simply, and I'm yours. I've seen it, Jasper. Our future together, the love we're going to build, the life we're going to share. I know you don't believe it yet, but you will. Give me time. Give us a chance. And I'll show you that existence doesn't have to hurt, that immortality can be beautiful. Jasper looked at their joined hands, felt her certainty through his gift, and made a decision that terrified and exhilarated him in equal measure. Show me, he said. Please, show me how to exist without this weight. Alice's smile could have lit the entire city. The first step is changing your diet. Animal blood instead of human. It won't be easy at first. You'll resist. You'll struggle. But I've seen you succeed, Jasper. I've seen you with golden eyes, free from the guilt of killing. Trust me, I don't know you, Jasper repeated, but there was no conviction in it now. Then get to know me, Alice said. We have time, all the time in the world. The transition to animal blood was as difficult as Alice had predicted. Jasper's entire vampire existence had been built on human blood. First in Maria's wars where it was abundant, then in his wandering where it was the only thing that eased his thirst. Animal blood seemed like a poor substitute, weak and unsatisfying, barely taking the edge off his hunger. But Alice was patient, encouraging, absolutely certain he would succeed because she'd already seen it. Her visions guided them to good hunting grounds, showed them where to find mountain lions and bears, the animals whose blood came closest to satisfying vampire thirst. And slowly, painfully, Jasper's eyes began to change from red to amber to gold. The change in diet brought unexpected benefits. Jasper discovered that feeding on animals, while less satisfying, also meant less emotional weight. He didn't feel the animals' fear the way he felt human terror. Their deaths didn't carry the same guilt, the same sense of destroying someone's future, someone's family. It wasn't peace, not yet, but it was the first step toward it. Alice taught him more than just hunting. She taught him joy, something Jasper had forgotten existed. She found humor in everything, laughed at situations that should have been serious, approached immortality with a lightness that seemed impossible. Her visions gave her certainty about the future, eliminated worry and fear, allowed her to simply exist in moments without the weight of consequences. And she loved him, not because of anything he'd done or anything he could offer, but simply because her visions had shown her that he was hers. Alice's love was uncomplicated, absolute, unwavering. She saw his scars, his damage, his history of violence, and none of it changed how she felt. She loved the vampire he was, and the person he could become with equal intensity. Jasper fell in love with her gradually, day by day, moment by moment. Her certainty when he felt lost, her joy when he felt despair, her love when he felt unlovable. Alice was everything he'd never known he needed, the answer to questions he'd stopped asking. Through his gift, he felt her emotions constantly, and they slowly began to reshape his own. Her happiness became his happiness. Her hope became his hope. Her love became the foundation he built his recovery on. For 2 years, they wandered together, Alice leading them toward the Cullens with the certainty of her visions, Jasper following because he trusted her completely. She told him about the family they would join, described each member in detail, drawn from her visions. Carlyle, the compassionate doctor who'd created their way of life. Esme, the maternal figure who would welcome them home. Edward, the mind reader who would understand Jasper's gift. Rosalie and Emmett, the couple who would become siblings. "They're going to love us," Alice promised. "I've seen it. Esme will welcome us immediately. Carlisle will be fascinated by our gifts. Emmett will make you laugh. Edward will appreciate having another brother. Even Rosalie, who struggles with new additions, will eventually accept us." "How can you be so certain?" Jasper asked, still amazed by her absolute conviction. "Because I've lived it already," Alice said simply. "In my visions, I've experienced our first meeting with them dozens of times. I know what everyone says, how they react, how it feels to finally be home. The only difference is that now I get to experience it in real time, with you beside me." In 1950, Alice's visions led them to a small town in Ohio, where the Cullens were currently living. She knew the exact address, the exact time they should arrive, the exact words to say. Jasper followed her lead, trusting her visions, his gift picking up the emotions of the family inside the house before they even knocked. Esme answered the door, her face transforming from caution to welcome in an instant. "You must be Alice and Jasper," she said warmly. "Please, come in. We've been expecting you." Alice laughed with delight. "I knew you'd say that. I've seen this moment so many times. But it's even better in reality." She stepped inside, pulling Jasper with her. "Everyone, we're home." The Cullen family gathered in the living room, 5 vampires eyeing the newcomers with varying expressions. Carlisle with fascination, studying their gifts with a doctor's analytical interest. Edward with relief, grateful for another male presence in the family. Emmett with immediate friendliness, already grinning at the prospect of new siblings. Rosalie with caution, assessing whether these strangers would disrupt her carefully maintained family balance. And Esme with pure maternal welcome, seeing 2 more children to love and protect. Jasper felt all their emotions through his gift, the complex blend of curiosity and caution and welcome. But Alice's certainty overrode any doubt. This was their family. This was home. Everything his visions had promised was real, unfolding exactly as she'd foreseen. "I'm Alice," she said unnecessarily, since clearly they already knew. "And this is Jasper. We've been looking for you for a very long time. Well, I've been looking. Jasper didn't know he was looking until I found him. But we're here now, and if you'll have us, we'd like to stay." Carlisle stepped forward, extending his hand to Jasper first, then to Alice. "We'd be honored to have you join our family. Though I'm curious, Alice, your visions, they've been guiding you to us? For how long?" 28 years, Alice said. "Since the night I was transformed, I've seen this family in my visions, seen our future together, known that this is where I belong, where we belong," she corrected, squeezing Jasper's hand. Edward spoke for the first time, his voice quiet. "I can hear your thoughts, both of you. Alice, your mind is fascinating, full of visions and possibilities, branching futures that shift with every decision. And Jasper, I can feel what you're feeling through your gift's reflection in your thoughts. The weight you carry, the hope Alice has given you, the desperate wish that this family is real and permanent." Jasper tensed, uncomfortable with being so transparent, but Alice squeezed his hand again, her emotions steady and reassuring. "It's okay," she whispered. "They understand. They've all carried weight. They've all needed family to heal. You're not alone in that." Esme moved forward and did something unexpected. She pulled Jasper into a gentle hug, her emotions radiating pure maternal acceptance. "Welcome home, son," she said softly. "Whatever you've been through, whatever you're carrying, you don't have to carry it alone anymore. We're family now." The words, combined with Esme's sincere emotion, broke something in Jasper. For 87 years, he'd existed in isolation, surrounded by people but fundamentally alone, carrying the weight of his past without anyone to share it. And now, suddenly, impossibly, he had a mother offering unconditional love, a family offering belonging, a home offering peace. He felt tears that couldn't fall, felt emotion overwhelming him in ways that had nothing to do with his gift. This was his own feeling, pure and uncomplicated. Relief, profound, overwhelming relief that the wandering was over, that Alice had been right, that home was real. Alice was right about everything. The Cullens welcomed them completely, made space in their family for 2 more damaged souls seeking redemption. Jasper and Alice settled into the household, learning its rhythms, finding their place among siblings and parents who understood what it meant to choose compassion over cruelty. Jasper discovered that living with empaths and mind readers, with people who could sense his emotions and thoughts, was actually freeing. He didn't have to explain his struggles, didn't have to justify his past, didn't have to pretend to be better than he was. They knew, they understood, and they loved him anyway. Edward heard his memories and didn't judge. Carlyle learned his history and offered medical explanations for his gift's weight. Esme sensed his pain and provided comfort without demanding explanations. Even Rosalie, initially resistant to new family members, eventually accepted him. She recognized a kindred spirit in someone who'd been used as a weapon, who carried scars both visible and invisible, who struggled with what they'd been forced to become. They formed an unlikely friendship built on mutual understanding of damage. Emmett became the brother Jasper had never had, offering uncomplicated friendship and humor that gradually taught him how to laugh again. Alice remained his anchor, his certainty, his proof that the future could be better than the past. And slowly, year by year, the weight began to lift. The Cullen family was complete now. 7 vampires, each bringing their own gifts and damage, each finding healing in the others. They moved together through the decades, maintaining their facade of humanity, building a life based on compassion rather than cruelty. And in the love they shared, in the family they'd built from broken pieces, they found something that made immortality worth enduring. They found home. The pattern established itself quickly, carved into their existence like grooves in stone. The Cullen family would arrive in a new town, establish themselves in carefully constructed identities, live among humans for a few years, then disappear before anyone noticed they never aged. It was a cycle as reliable as seasons, as necessary as their next breath, as exhausting as immortality itself. In the 1950s, they settled first in Wisconsin, then moved to upstate New York. Carlyle took positions at local hospitals, his credentials impeccable, his references carefully forged across decades of practice. Esme designed and renovated homes, her architectural eye creating beautiful spaces they would abandon within years. The younger ones enrolled in high schools and colleges, playing human teenagers and young adults with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Edward found the repetition soul-crushing. He'd lived through high school in the 1920s, had endured its social hierarchies and trivial dramas as a human, repeating it as a vampire, hearing every teenager's petty thought, every shallow concern, every melodramatic crisis. was torture. He sat through the same classes, teaching the same material he'd mastered decades ago, pretending interest in curriculum that never changed, feigning struggle with concepts he could recite in his sleep. Rosalie hated it for different reasons. High school meant being surrounded by human girls who would have everything she'd lost. She watched them date and plan for college, dream about weddings and children, take for granted futures she would never have. Every pregnancy announcement from a teacher, every baby shower invitation passed between staff, every cheerful discussion of someone's growing family was a knife twisting in her undead heart. But Rosalie played her role perfectly, perhaps too perfectly. She was always the most beautiful girl in school, the one every boy wanted and every girl envied. She maintained that position deliberately, using her supernatural beauty as both shield and weapon. If people were busy admiring or resenting her appearance, they didn't look deeper, didn't notice the coldness in her perfection, didn't question why she never quite seemed real. Emmett approached their nomadic existence with characteristic humor. He found entertainment in the repetition, treating each new town as a game with different players. He joined football teams and wrestling squads, deliberately holding back enough strength to seem merely exceptional rather than impossible. He made friends easily, human boys who never suspected the creature laughing beside them, who never understood why Emmett Cullen never quite committed to their friendships, always holding something back. Alice navigated high school with visions guiding her through social pitfalls. She knew which cliques to approach, which teachers to charm, which students would become problems. Her gift made her popular effortlessly. She could predict trends before they started, knew the perfect gift for every occasion, never said the wrong thing at the wrong time. But the friendships were hollow, built on knowledge rather than genuine connection, destined to end when the family inevitably moved on. Jasper struggled most with the pretense. High school meant being surrounded by teenage emotions at their most volatile. Hormones and drama and social anxiety created a constant barrage of feelings that his gift forced him to experience. First loves and rejections, test anxiety and social triumph, all of it crashed over him in waves that required constant concentration to manage. He learned to project calm, to subtly influence the emotional temperature of rooms, making classes quieter, cafeterias less chaotic, his own existence marginally more bearable. The family developed strategies for maintaining their cover. They claimed to be adopted siblings, the story close enough to truth to be convincing. Carlisle and Esme played devoted parents, attending school events and parent-teacher conferences, expressing appropriate concern about grades and social development. They moved every 3 to 4 years, the maximum time they could stay before people started noticing the Cullen children never looked older. The moves themselves became routine. Esme would sell their current house, usually for a profit given her renovation skills. Alice would use her visions to identify their next location, somewhere small, somewhere rainy, somewhere they could live openly without constantly hiding from sunlight. Carlisle would secure a new position, his reputation somehow always preceding him despite the name changes, and the family would pack up their carefully curated human lives and begin again somewhere else. In the 1960s, they tried Alaska for the first time. The long winters and short summer days provided ideal cover, and they formed a lasting friendship with another vegetarian coven, the Denali clan. Tanya, Kate, Irina, Carmen, and Eleazar shared their commitment to animal blood, their desire to live among humans without destroying them. The two families bonded over their shared struggle, their mutual understanding of choosing difficulty over their nature. But even Alaska couldn't hold them forever. By the late 60s, they'd been there too long, had become too familiar to the small communities they'd integrated into. The move to the lower 48 states was necessary, inevitable, another turn in the endless cycle. The 1970s brought new challenges. The sexual revolution and counterculture movement created social expectations the vampires struggled to navigate. Emmett found it hilarious. Rosalie found it offensive. Edward found it tedious. Alice adapted easily, her visions showing her which trends to adopt, which to avoid. Jasper, surrounded by the emotional chaos of teenage experimentation and rebellion, found the decade particularly exhausting. They lived in Oregon, then Washington State, then briefly in Montana. Each move brought the same pattern: establish identities, enroll in school, maintain the facade, move before discovery. The repetition wore on all of them in different ways. Carlyle worried about the psychological toll of never building lasting human connections. Esme mourned each carefully decorated home they abandoned. The younger ones cycled through friendship and isolation, connection and withdrawal, playing parts that never quite fit. Edward's isolation deepened through these decades. He watched his family pair off into couples: Carlyle and Esme, Rosalie and Emmett, Alice and Jasper. 3 perfect partnerships, 3 examples of vampires finding love and companionship. And Edward remained alone, the odd number, the 7th wheel, the one who never quite fit. His gift made it worse, hearing his family's loving thoughts, experiencing their connections secondhand, knowing what he was missing with perfect clarity. He tried to find a mate among the vampires they encountered, but Edward's standards were impossibly high, shaped by Carlyle's morality and his own romantic ideals. Most female vampires fed on humans without remorse, viewed mortals as prey rather than beings worthy of protection. The few who shared the Cullen's vegetarian lifestyle were either already mated or incompatible with Edward's particular damage. The mind, reading that should have helped him connect with others, became a barrier. Edward heard every surface thought, every fleeting attraction, every shallow interest. He knew when women wanted him for his beauty rather than himself, knew when their thoughts were cruel or petty or small, and knowing made connection impossible. How could he love someone whose every thought he found disappointing? Rosalie watched her brother's isolation with sympathy she rarely expressed. She understood, wanting something impossible, mourning a future that would never arrive. But where she'd found unexpected happiness with Emmett, Edward seemed determined to remain alone, waiting for perfection that might never exist. She wanted to tell him to lower his standards, to accept that companionship didn't require perfect compatibility. But Rosalie knew her advice was hollow. She'd gotten lucky with Emmett, had found someone whose simple joy complemented her complex damage. Edward deserved the same, not settling for less. The 1980s brought technological changes that complicated their existence. Computers and databases made establishing false identities more difficult. Social security numbers and digital records created paper trails that didn't exist in previous decades. Alice's visions helped them navigate these new challenges, showing them which documentation to forge, which systems to avoid, which identities would hold up to scrutiny. They lived in New Hampshire, then Maine, then back to the Pacific Northwest. The family's wealth grew substantially during these years. Alice's gift, allowing her to predict stock market movements with perfect accuracy. They invested in Microsoft and Apple before most people owned computers, sold at peaks and bought at valleys, accumulated wealth that ensured they would never struggle financially, regardless of how many times they moved. Money couldn't buy happiness, but it provided security. They could afford the best houses in whatever town they chose, could replace wardrobes and possessions with each move, could maintain the appearance of wealthy adopted children without questions about trust funds or inheritance. The financial stability removed one source of stress from their complicated existence. In the 1990s, they attempted something different. Instead of high school, they enrolled in college, posing as undergraduate students. The experiment failed within a semester. College students had more freedom, more scrutiny, more expectation of genuine connection. Roommates and study groups, parties and dating, all the social structures of university life required a level of integration the vampires couldn't maintain. They withdrew and returned to the familiar pattern of high school, where teenagers were expected to be closed off, where emotional distance was developmentally appropriate. Emmett grew restless during these decades. The constant moving, the endless pretense, the lack of genuine challenge, all of it wore on someone whose nature craved excitement and physical expression. He started taking risks, unnecessary risks that alarmed the family. He'd show too much strength during athletic competitions, would stay out too close to dawn, would interact with humans in ways that bordered on exposure. Jasper understood Emmett's restlessness, felt the boredom and frustration radiating from his brother. He tried to help, suggesting they take trips between school sessions, find mountains to climb or wilderness to explore, outlets for Emmett's need for physical challenge. It helped somewhat, gave Emmett something to look forward to, but the underlying issue remained. Immortality without purpose was its own kind of death. Alice worried about the family's cohesion during the 90s. Her visions showed fracture points, moments where someone might break away, where the unit might dissolve. She saw Edward leaving, overwhelmed by isolation and the tedium of repetition. She saw Rosalie withdrawing further into bitterness, her mourning for lost humanity intensifying rather than healing. She saw Emmett's recklessness escalating until discovery became inevitable. But Alice also saw the family surviving, saw futures where they stayed together, where love and commitment overcame frustration and weariness. She worked toward those futures deliberately, organizing family activities, ensuring they spent time together beyond the facade of human life, reminding them why they'd chosen this existence. Her visions became the glue holding them together when other bonds threatened to dissolve. Carlyle felt the weight of responsibility through these decades. He'd created this family, had transformed each of them, had convinced them to follow his vegetarian philosophy. When they struggled, when immortality seemed more curse than gift, he bore the guilt of their suffering. Esme reassured him constantly, reminded him that he'd saved them, given them choices they wouldn't have had otherwise. But the guilt remained, a constant companion through centuries of watching his family endure. The near misses accumulated over the years. In Oregon, a teacher noticed that graduation photos from previous years showed students who looked identical to current Cullen children. Alice's visions gave them warning, and they moved before investigation could progress. In Montana, a doctor at Carlisle's hospital grew suspicious of his colleague's unchanging appearance, remembered treating him 20 years earlier in a different state. Again, Alice's gift provided early warning, and they disappeared before confrontation. Each near miss reinforced the necessity of their nomadic existence. They couldn't stay anywhere long, couldn't form real roots, couldn't allow humans to know them deeply enough to notice the inconsistencies. The isolation was protective, necessary, the price of living openly rather than hiding completely from human society. Edward questioned whether the price was worth paying. Multiple times through these decades, he considered leaving the family, striking out alone, perhaps giving up the vegetarian lifestyle that made everything harder. If he fed on humans, he could live anywhere, could integrate more thoroughly, could stop pretending to be what he wasn't. But something always stopped him. Loyalty to Carlisle, love for his family, the memory of his dark period in the 20s when he'd hunted murderers and found no peace. Rosalie never considered leaving, despite her struggles. The family was everything to her, the only real connection she'd found in immortality. Without them, she would be alone with her bitterness, isolated with her mourning, trapped in beauty that attracted attention she didn't want. The family provided purpose, gave her people to protect and care for, offered the closest thing to the maternal role she would never fulfill. Jasper's loyalty was absolute, bought by Alice's love and the family's acceptance. Before the Cullens, he'd been lost, drowning in emotional weight, surviving without living. They'd given him peace, or at least the path toward it, and he would endure any amount of repetition and pretense to keep that gift. The decades of wandering were difficult, but they were nothing compared to the decades of warfare and aimless suffering that had preceded them. The family developed traditions to mark time's passage, to create meaning in repetitive existence. They celebrated each member's transformation day as a kind of birthday, acknowledged the anniversaries of when each had joined the family. Christmas became important, despite none of them being particularly religious. A human tradition they adopted because it gave them reason to gather, to exchange gifts, to pretend normalcy. Esme created photo albums documenting their various lives, careful never to include images that might expose their unchanging nature, but preserving memories of places they'd lived, homes she'd renovated, the moments that mattered. The albums became family history, proof that their existence had substance beyond endless repetition, evidence that the decades meant something. Alice used her gift to create perfect moments, visions guiding her to organize family experiences that would become treasured memories. She'd see futures where they were happy, identify what created that happiness, then engineer situations to match her visions. Camping trips where Edward found rare peace, shopping expeditions where Rosalie forgot her bitterness, adventures where Emmett's joy was uncomplicated. Alice became the family's emotional architect, building happiness from her knowledge of what could be. The year 2000 brought new concerns. Y2K paranoia swept through human society, fears of technological collapse and social breakdown. The Cullens watched with the detachment of beings who'd survived genuine catastrophes, who'd lived through wars and plagues that made computer glitches seem trivial, but they understood the fear, recognized humanity's need to imagine endings, to prepare for worst-case scenarios. When the new millennium arrived without disaster, life continued in its familiar pattern. The family moved to Alaska again, reconnecting with the Denali Coven, enjoying the far north's long darkness. But by 2002, Alaska had grown too familiar again. Too many people remembered the Cullens from their previous residence. Too many questions arose about the family who looked identical to visitors from decades past. Alice's visions turned toward Washington State, Toward a small town called Forks, she saw rain and forest, perfect cover for their nature, a place they could settle for several years before moving became necessary again. She saw the family enrolling in the local high school, Carlisle taking a position at the hospital, their lives following the pattern established over 5 decades of wandering. But Alice also saw something else in Fawkes's future, something her visions couldn't quite clarify, a disturbance, a change, a pivot point where everything would shift. She saw futures branching in impossible directions, saw the family transformed in ways she couldn't predict. Someone was coming, someone important, someone who would change everything. But the visions were unclear, shifting, uncertain in ways that troubled her. She didn't mention these uncertain visions to the family, didn't want to worry them with portents she couldn't explain. Instead, Alice focused on the clear elements. Forks would be safe, would provide the cover they needed, would serve as home for the next phase of their existence. They would enroll in school again, would play their parts again, would continue the pattern that had sustained them for decades. In 2003, the Cullens moved to Forks, Washington. They purchased a beautiful house outside town, surrounded by forest, isolated enough for privacy, but close enough to seem normal. Carlisle secured a position at Forks Community Hospital, his reputation as a gifted physician preceding him. Esme began renovating their new home, making it perfect for a family that would leave it behind in just a few years. Edward, Rosalie, Emmett, Alice, and Jasper enrolled at Forks High School. Again, the same classes, the same social navigation, the same pretense of being human teenagers. Edward dreaded it with particular intensity, his mind-reading gift ensuring he would know exactly how boring his classmates' thoughts would be. Rosalie prepared her mask of perfect beauty, ready to be admired and envied, and fundamentally misunderstood. Emmett resigned himself to holding back his strength, to pretending athletic achievements cost him effort. Alice watched her visions, tracking futures, waiting for clarity about the change she felt approaching. Jasper steeled himself for the emotional barrage of teenage angst and drama. None of them knew that their decades of wandering were about to end, that the pattern they'd followed for 50 years was about to shatter. None of them suspected that a human girl would walk into their carefully constructed existence and tear down walls they'd spent centuries building. None of them imagined that Edward's century of loneliness was about to end in the most complicated, dangerous, impossible way. They settled into Forks believing it would be like every other town, every other school, every other few years of pretense followed by necessary flight. They had no idea that this time was different, that the future Alice sensed approaching would change everything, that immortality was about to become infinitely more complicated. The family that had survived centuries of isolation, decades of wandering, countless repetitions of the same pattern, was about to face its greatest challenge. Not from the Volturi, not from exposure, not from any external threat, but from something far more dangerous, far more transformative, far more impossible to prepare for. Love, human love, the one thing that could destroy everything they'd built or save them in ways they'd never imagined. And it was coming, inevitable as sunrise, unstoppable as time, wearing the face of a 17-year-old girl who didn't yet know she would change everything. The stage was set, the players were in position, and in Forks, Washington, the next chapter of the Cullen family story was about to begin. January of 2005 arrived with relentless rain, typical for Forks, but somehow more oppressive than usual. The Cullens had settled into their routine, attending high school with practiced disinterest, maintaining their carefully constructed facade. Edward sat in his usual position in the cafeteria, surrounded by his family but fundamentally alone, listening to the tedious thoughts of teenagers whose concerns seemed impossibly trivial after a century of existence. Then the thoughts changed. The cafeteria's mental noise shifted, focused, converged on a single point. Edward heard it ripple through the student body like a wave. The new girl, the chief's daughter, Isabella Swan. Curiosity and assessment, attraction and judgment, the usual response to novelty in a small town. Edward paid minimal attention, had heard variations of this mental chorus dozens of times in dozens of schools. New students were briefly interesting, then absorbed into the social fabric, becoming as mundane as everyone else. But when Bella Swan walked into the cafeteria, something shifted in Edward that he couldn't immediately identify. She was ordinary by most standards, brown hair and eyes, pale skin, moving with slight clumsiness that suggested unfamiliarity with her own body. Nothing about her appearance warranted the attention she was receiving. Nothing explained why every male thought in the room suddenly focused on her with varying degrees of interest. Edward reached for her mind automatically, curious about what the new girl was thinking, what her internal monologue revealed about her character, and found nothing. Silence. Complete, absolute silence where thoughts should be. In a century of reading minds, Edward had never encountered this. Every human, every vampire, every living being he'd ever met had thoughts he could access. But Isabella Swan's mind was utterly, impossibly closed to him. The shock of it was physical, like reaching for something that should be there and finding emptiness instead. Edward stared at her, trying to understand, trying to find some explanation for why this ordinary human girl was the first person whose thoughts he couldn't hear. She glanced toward the Cullen table, probably drawn by their collective beauty, the way everyone eventually noticed them, and her eyes met Edward's for a brief moment. The scent hit him like a physical blow. It had been drifting through the cafeteria, mixing with other human scents, unremarkable until Edward focused on its source. But now, with Bella Swan's eyes on him, with the wind from the open door carrying her scent directly to where he sat, Edward experienced something he hadn't felt in 87 years. Thirst. Devastating, overwhelming, all-consuming thirst that made every human he'd ever encountered seem bland by comparison. Her blood sang to him, not metaphorically, but literally, a siren call that drowned out reason and control, that made his throat burn with sudden, desperate need. Edward's hands clenched into fists beneath the table, his body going rigid with the effort of staying seated, of not moving, of not following the instinct screaming at him to take what he needed. The monster inside him, carefully controlled for decades, surged forward with demands that were nearly impossible to resist. Alice gasped beside him, her hand flying to her mouth. Edward didn't need to ask what she'd seen. Her expression was clear enough. Futures branching wildly, some showing Bella dead by his hand, others showing impossibilities he couldn't begin to process. The visions were chaotic, shifting too rapidly for Alice to make sense of them, but the danger was apparent in every possible future. "Edward," Alice whispered, her voice urgent, "you need to leave. Now. I can't see clearly. Everything keeps changing. But if you stay, if you're near her." Edward was already standing, moving with careful control toward the cafeteria exit. Every step away from Bella Swan felt wrong, his body wanting to turn back, to approach her, to take what her blood was offering. But he couldn't trust himself, couldn't risk staying in the same room with temptation that powerful. He made it to his car, made it away from the school, drove aimlessly through the rain while fighting the worst thirst he'd experienced since his newborn year. The girl was dangerous, not to others, but to him, to his carefully maintained control, to the life he'd built over 8 decades of resistance. Edward recognized the threat immediately. Bella Swan could destroy everything he was, could turn him back into the monster he'd fought so hard to transcend. The solution was obvious. Avoid her completely, maintain distance, never allow himself to be near her again. But he couldn't read her mind. That single fact made it impossible to simply dismiss her. In a century of hearing every human thought, every tedious internal monologue, every shallow concern and petty judgment, Edward had found one person whose mind was silent. The mystery of it consumed him almost as much as the thirst. What was she thinking? How was she blocking him? Was it deliberate or unconscious? The questions multiplied, became obsessive, made staying away seem simultaneously necessary and impossible. Edward didn't return to school for a week. He fled to Denali, to the cousin coven in Alaska, putting distance between himself and temptation. He hunted constantly, gorging himself on animal blood until his eyes were bright gold, until the thirst was as controlled as he could make it. Tanya and her sisters offered distraction, conversation, understanding. They'd all experienced powerful human sense before, had all struggled with specific temptations, but none of them had experienced what Edward described, the combination of irresistible scent and unreadable mind, temptation and mystery in equal measure. Perhaps it's a sign, Tanya suggested, her golden eyes sympathetic. The universe telling you this human is important, that she's meant to be part of your life. She's meant to be my victim, Edward corrected bitterly. The scent, Tanya, you don't understand. It's not just appealing, it's overwhelming. If I'm near her, I will kill her. There's no scenario where that ends differently, but Alice's visions suggested otherwise. When Edward called home, his sister described futures she'd seen, possibilities that made no sense. Bella alive, Bella with the Cullens, Bella as something more than human. The visions were unclear, shifting, dependent on choices not yet made, but they existed, these impossible futures, suggesting that maybe, somehow, Edward could be near this girl without destroying her. After a week in Denali, Edward made his decision. He would return to Forks, would test his control, would attempt to be near Bella Swan without killing her. It was dangerous, possibly stupid, definitely selfish, but the mystery of her silent mind consumed him, and he had to understand it, had to know what she was thinking, even if that knowledge required proximity that risked her life. The family was waiting when he returned, gathered in the living room of their Forks home. Carlyle's expression was grave, understanding the danger but trusting Edward's control. Esme radiated maternal concern, worry for her son warring with worry for the human girl he might hurt. Rosalie was furious, her thoughts screaming accusations that Edward didn't need his gift to hear. "You're being selfish," Rosalie said, not bothering with preamble. "This girl's life means nothing compared to our family's safety. If you lose control, if you expose us, if the Volturi come, we all pay the price for your obsession." "I won't lose control," Edward said, not entirely certain he was telling the truth. "You can't know that. You can't even read her thoughts, can't anticipate her actions, can't prepare yourself for what she might do. She's a liability. Edward, the smartest thing would be to leave, to let this family move away from Forks and never look back. Emmett intervened before the argument could escalate. Give him a chance, Rose. Eddie's had control for decades. He's not going to throw it away for one human, no matter how good she smells. Besides, Alice added quietly, I've seen futures where this works out, where Bella becomes important to all of us, where she's part of the family in ways I don't fully understand yet. We can't run from this. We have to face it. Jasper had been quiet through the discussion, but now he spoke, his gift reading the emotional temperature of the room. Edward's determined. I can feel it. He's going back to school tomorrow. Regardless of what we say, the question is whether we support him or let him face this alone. I'll be careful, Edward promised, looking at each family member in turn. I'll maintain distance, won't interact with her unless absolutely necessary. But I need to understand why I can't hear her thoughts. It's never happened before, and I can't just ignore it. Carlyle nodded slowly. We'll be watching, ready to intervene if necessary. But Edward, if at any point you feel your control slipping, you leave immediately. Bella Swan's life is not worth compromising everything we are. The next day, Edward returned to school. He'd prepared himself, hunted until he was sated, rehearsed maintaining control in his mind. But nothing could have prepared him for sitting next to Bella Swan in biology, for having her scent concentrated and immediate, for the burning thirst that made his hands clench beneath the table. Every breath was agony. Every moment of restraint required conscious effort. Edward sat rigid, not breathing when he could avoid it, breathing shallowly when necessary, fighting the monster inside him that wanted to drain her dry right there in the classroom. He heard his family's thoughts from their various locations in the school. Alice watching futures shift, Jasper monitoring Edward's emotional control, Rosalie radiating fury at the risk he was taking. But he managed it. 53 minutes of sitting beside Bella Swan without killing her. When the bell rang, Edward fled the classroom with controlled urgency, not trusting himself to stay a moment longer. His family found him in the parking lot, Jasper immediately working to calm the chaos of Edward's emotions. You did it, Alice said, relief evident in her voice. I saw you lose control dozens of times, but you didn't. You held on, barely, Edward admitted, his voice rough. It doesn't get easier, Alice. Every moment near her is torture. I don't know if I can keep doing this. But he did keep doing it. Day after day, Edward sat beside Bella Swan in biology, fought his thirst, maintained control through sheer force of will, and slowly, impossibly, he began to adapt. The thirst remained, would always remain, but it became manageable. More importantly, Edward became obsessed with understanding the girl whose thoughts he couldn't access. He watched her constantly, studied her expressions, tracked her reactions, built a profile of Bella Swan from external observation since internal access was denied. She was intelligent. He could tell from the way she approached assignments. Clumsy, evident in how often she tripped or dropped things. Self-conscious, clear from how she hunched her shoulders when people stared. Kind, demonstrated in how she treated classmates others ignored. Edward began to want things he'd never wanted before. Conversation with her, to hear her voice directed at him rather than others. Understanding of what she thought, what she felt, what she dreamed about. Connection with this strange human girl who turned his existence upside down. The wanting was dangerous. He recognized that, but it was also irresistible. The family watched Edward's obsession grow with varying reactions. Alice saw futures becoming clearer, possibilities where Edward and Bella were together, where their connection deepened into something profound. She encouraged him gently, shared visions that suggested this wasn't just about thirst, that something real was developing. Jasper felt Edward's emotional transformation, recognized the early stages of love, even before Edward himself understood what was happening. Rosalie grew increasingly angry, vocal in her opposition to Edward's fixation on a human. She's food, Edward, a human, temporary and fragile. You're risking everything for a girl who means nothing, who can't possibly understand what you are or what being near you costs. She's not nothing. Edward found himself arguing, defending a girl he'd barely spoken to. There's something about her, something different. I can't explain it, but she matters. Emmett tried to lighten the tension with humor. Eddie's got a crush. After a century of being alone, he finally finds a girl he likes, and she's the one human in the world he probably shouldn't be around. That's either tragic or hilarious. I can't decide which. Esme and Carlisle took a more measured approach. They worried about the danger to Bella, about the risk to their family if Edward's control failed, about the psychological toll Edward was enduring. But they also recognized something shifting in their son, a spark of life they hadn't seen in decades. Edward had been existing for so long, going through motions, waiting for something to matter. Now something did matter, even if that something was dangerous and complicated and potentially catastrophic. After 2 weeks of sitting silently beside Bella, Edward made a decision. He would talk to her, would engage beyond necessary classroom interaction, would try to understand this mystery from direct conversation, since her thoughts were inaccessible. The risk terrified him. Speaking to her meant breathing her scent more deliberately, meant being more present, meant increasing temptation. But the need to know her, to understand her, overcame caution. His first real conversation with Bella revealed unexpected depth. She was thoughtful, perceptive, saw through superficial charm to genuine character. Her questions were intelligent, her observations acute, her personality far more interesting than most humans Edward had encountered. And beneath it all was a sadness he recognized, a sense of not quite fitting in her own life, of being slightly displaced from where she should be. Edward found himself drawn to that sadness, understanding it from his own century of isolation. Bella Swan was lonely despite being surrounded by people who wanted her attention. She felt disconnected from her own existence in ways that mirrored his immortal displacement. The connection between them, Edward realized, was recognition. Two souls who didn't quite fit anywhere, finding unexpected understanding in each other. But the danger remained constant. Every conversation required Edward to be hyper-aware of his control, monitoring his thirst, ready to flee if it became overwhelming. Alice watched futures shift with each interaction, seeing possibilities branch and multiply. The relationship between Edward and Bella becoming increasingly central to the family's fate. In March, Bella's scent began to change subtly, and Edward realized with shock what it meant. She was drawn to him, attracted to him, her body responding to his presence with increased blood flow, with heightened chemistry, with reactions that made her scent even more appealing. The irony was cruel. The girl who tempted him beyond reason was developing feelings that made her even more tempting. Edward tried to maintain distance, tried to protect Bella from himself, but his resolve weakened daily. He wanted to be near her, wanted to hear her voice, wanted to exist in her presence despite the danger. The family watched this internal war with concern. Jasper, feeling Edward's desire and restraint in constant battle. Alice seeing futures where everything went wrong, and futures where everything worked out perfectly. Then came the incident in the parking lot, the moment that changed everything. Edward was standing by his car when Alice's vision hit her. Bella, crushed by Tyler Crowley's van, dying in the school parking lot within seconds. The future was absolute, unavoidable, death approaching with the certainty of physics and momentum. Edward moved without conscious thought. Vampire speed carried him across the parking lot, his body acting on instinct to prevent the future Alice had seen. He hit Bella hard enough to knock her clear of the van's path, covered her with his body, then stopped the van with his bare hands. 2 tons of metal arrested by vampire strength, his palms leaving dents in the door, physics defying what should have been impossible. The aftermath was chaos. Students screaming, Bella staring at him with shock and confusion, his family's thoughts screaming warnings about exposure. Edward had saved her life, but in doing so, had revealed himself in ways that couldn't be easily explained. The official story he gave, that he'd been standing right next to her, that adrenaline had given him temporary strength, was obviously false. Bella knew it was false, and she was determined to understand what had really happened. The family convened that night in emergency session. Rosalie was livid, demanding they leave Forks immediately, insisting Edward's exposure risked them all. Alice saw futures branching wildly, some where they ran, some where they stayed, some where Bella became a threat to their existence. Carlyle worried about the Volturi, about vampire lore, about the consequences of humans learning their secret. She won't tell anyone, Edward insisted, though he had no way of knowing that without reading her thoughts. I can feel it. She's not the type to spread rumors or seek attention. You can't know that, Rosalie shot back. You can't read her mind, can't predict what she'll do. For all we know, she's already told her father, already started asking questions that will lead people to us. But Alice's visions showed Bella keeping silent, showed her investigating on her own, showed futures where she discovered their secret through research rather than confession. The family decided to stay, to monitor the situation, to hope that Edward's instinct about Bella's discretion was correct. Bella did investigate. Edward could tell from her library visits, her internet searches, the way she watched him with assessing eyes. She was trying to solve the puzzle he represented, working through possibilities, eliminating explanations, until only the impossible remained. And Edward, despite knowing he should discourage her interest, found himself drawn to her determination, fascinated by her refusal to accept easy answers. Their relationship evolved through spring, Edward maintaining careful distance while unable to stay away, Bella pushing for answers while falling deeper into attraction. The family watched this dangerous dance with growing concern, recognizing that Edward and Bella were headed somewhere inevitable, somewhere that would change everything. Then Alice had the vision that made their situation infinitely more complicated. 3 nomadic vampires approaching Forks, drawn by the Cullens' presence, curious about the large coven living openly in human territory. James, Victoria, and Laurent, their thoughts and intentions clear in Alice's visions. They would arrive soon, would encounter the Cullens, would potentially threaten everything the family had built. The nomads arrived in late March, meeting the Cullens in the clearing, where the family sometimes played baseball, The encounter was tense but initially friendly, the nomads intrigued by the vegetarian lifestyle, interested but not threatening, until the wind shifted, until Bella's scent, carried from where she stood with the Cullens, reached James. The tracker's eyes went black with thirst, his body tensing with hunting instinct. Edward saw it happen in slow motion, James catching Bella's scent, James's thoughts shifting to prey and pursuit, James's gift activating as he locked onto his target. The tracker would hunt Bella now with single-minded obsession, would follow her scent to the ends of the earth, would never stop until he killed her. Everything Edward had feared, every nightmare scenario he'd imagined about putting Bella in danger, crystallized in that moment. His presence in her life, his inability to stay away, his selfish desire to be near her, had marked her for death. James would hunt her because she smelled human while standing among vampires, because her scent was distinctive, because she was associated with the Cullens. Edward's choice to engage with Bella had condemned her. The family mobilized immediately. Alice and Jasper took Bella away, leading James on a false trail. Edward, Emmett, and Carlisle attempted to track James directly. Rosalie and Esme created diversions, muddied the scent trails, tried to confuse the tracker. But James was skilled, experienced, relentless. He'd been hunting for centuries, and Bella was the most interesting prey he'd encountered in years. The chase led to Phoenix, where James lured Bella through deception, used her love for her mother as bait to draw her away from Alice and Jasper's protection. Edward arrived to find James draining Bella, her blood spilling across a dance studio floor, her life ending while James savored the hunt's conclusion. Rage exploded in Edward, primal and absolute. He destroyed James with vicious efficiency, tore the tracker apart, while Bella's heartbeat faltered, but the damage was done. James had bitten Bella, venom spreading through her system. Transformation beginning, Edward faced an impossible choice. Let her change, give her immortality she'd never asked for, watch her become what he was, or stop the transformation, suck the venom from her blood, risk losing control and killing her himself. Carlisle's voice on the phone was calm, medical, certain. You can do this, Edward. Your control is strong enough. Save her. Edward bent to Bella's wrist where James had bitten, put his mouth to her skin, and began to draw venom and blood together. The taste was everything he'd imagined and worse, her blood even more potent than her scent, singing in his mouth with flavors he'd never experienced. The monster inside him roared for more, demanded he drain her completely, insisted he take what was rightfully his. But Edward fought that monster with everything he had. He drew the venom out, stopped when Carlisle said her blood was clean, pulled away despite every instinct screaming at him to continue. He'd saved her life twice now, once in the parking lot, once in the dance studio, but the cost was his peace of mind, his certainty, his belief that he could protect her simply by staying away. Bella survived, woke in a hospital with Edward at her bedside, demanded answers he could no longer avoid giving. And in those quiet hospital conversations, Edward finally told her the truth. What he was, what his family was, the danger she faced simply by knowing them. He expected fear, rejection, the sensible human response to learning monsters were real. Instead, Bella accepted him, loved him, despite understanding what he was, despite knowing the danger. Her acceptance was gift and curse, offering Edward everything he'd wanted while making Bella's danger permanent. Because the Volturi now knew about her, knew a human was aware of vampire existence, knew the Cullens had broken fundamental laws by allowing her to live with that knowledge. The family gathered after Bella was released from the hospital, discussing options, futures, consequences. Alice's visions showed two clear paths: Bella dead or Bella transformed. There was no future where she remained human and alive while knowing their secret. The Volturi would demand one or the other, would enforce their law regardless of the Cullens' wishes. "We change her," Edward said, though the words felt like acid. "If those are the only options, we change her. I won't let them kill her." "And what does Bella want?" Carlyle asked gently. "Does she get a choice in this?" Bella wanted to be with Edward, wanted immortality, wanted to be part of the family. Her acceptance of transformation both relieved and horrified Edward. He'd found love after a century of loneliness, but the cost was condemning Bella to the existence he'd never wished on anyone. Through summer, Edward and Bella's relationship deepened, while the threat of the Volturi loomed. Alice saw them coming, saw Aro's interest in Bella's immunity to mental gifts, saw futures where Bella joined the Volturi Guard instead of the Cullens. The family prepared for confrontation, prepared to defend their choice, prepared to fight if necessary. But the Volturi visit was delayed by circumstances Alice couldn't foresee. Victoria, James's mate, was building a newborn army for revenge. Her thoughts were clear in Alice's visions. Destroy Bella, destroy the Cullens, avenge James's death. The family faced a summer of preparation for war, training to fight newborns, coordinating with the Quailiote Wolfpack, protecting Bella from threats on multiple fronts. Edward watched his family transform from isolated vegetarians to warriors, saw them embrace violence they'd avoided for decades, saw them risk everything for one human girl. The guilt was crushing. His choice to engage with Bella had brought war to their doorstep, had forced his family into danger, had complicated their existence beyond repair. But the family never blamed him. Carlyle spoke for them all when he said, "Love is always worth protecting, Edward. Bella matters to you, which makes her matter to all of us. We're family, we protect each other, and now that includes her." The battle with Victoria's newborn army was brutal, efficient, conclusive. The Cullens and their wolf allies destroyed the threat, eliminated Victoria, secured Bella's safety once more. But the victory was Pyrrhic. The Volturi had witnessed vampire-werewolf cooperation, had seen the Cullens' growing power, had confirmed that Bella remained human despite knowing their secret. Edward proposed to Bella in the battle's aftermath, offered her marriage before immortality, tradition before transformation. She accepted, and the family prepared for a wedding, for Bella's transformation afterward, for the life that would follow once she became one of them. The family Edward had lived with for decades would expand to include the girl who changed everything, who'd brought danger and love in equal measure, who'd proven that even immortality could surprise. As summer turned to fall, as wedding preparations consumed the household, Edward reflected on how completely his existence had transformed. A year ago, he'd been isolated, lonely, repeating the same patterns through endless decades. Now, he had Bella, had love, had purpose, and meaning he'd thought impossible. The cost had been enormous, the danger to his family substantial, the complications endless. But watching Bella with his family, seeing how they'd come to love her independently of him, seeing the joy she brought to their existence, Edward understood that some things were worth any price. The Cullen family had survived centuries of challenges, decades of wandering, countless threats. They would survive this too, would adapt to having Bella among them, would find new patterns to replace the old. The future Alice saw was uncertain, shifting, full of possibilities both wonderful and terrible. But it was a future that included Bella, included love, included change and growth and transformation. After a century of stagnation, Edward's existence was finally moving forward, and whatever came next, whatever challenges they faced, they would face them together. Family. The concept had sustained them through decades of isolation. Now it would carry them through whatever the future held. The wedding happened in August of 2006, a ceremony that merged human tradition with vampire reality in ways that required careful orchestration. Alice had seen every detail months in advance, knew which moments would be perfect and which would require intervention, planned accordingly with the precision her gift allowed. The Cullen house transformed into something from a fairy tale. White flowers everywhere, delicate lights strung through trees, an aisle that led to an altar where Edward waited for his bride. Bella walked toward him in a dress Alice had designed specifically for this moment, simple and elegant, transforming an ordinary girl into something luminous. Edward saw her approach and felt emotion he'd thought his vampire nature had stolen. Joy, pure and uncomplicated, untainted by the century of loneliness that had preceded this moment. His family stood as witnesses, Carlyle and Esme radiating parental pride, Emmett grinning with genuine happiness, Rosalie's expression complex but not unkind, Jasper managing the emotional atmosphere to keep everything peaceful, Alice practically vibrating with excitement at seeing her visions made real. The ceremony was brief. The vows, traditional but weighted with understanding of what they truly meant. When Edward promised forever, he meant it literally, meant centuries and millennia, meant immortality shared once Bella's transformation was complete. When Bella promised to love him in sickness and health, she was accepting a husband who could never be sick, who would never age, who would watch her human family die while he remained unchanging. They spoke words humans had spoken for thousands of years, but the meaning was transformed by vampire reality. The reception that followed was carefully managed chaos. Human guests mingled with vampires, unaware of the predators moving among them, unaware that the Cullens were exercising tremendous control, simply to exist in a room filled with beating hearts and flowing blood. The Denali Coven attended, offering support and friendship, carefully avoiding any action that might expose their nature. Even the werewolves came, Jacob Black and his pack maintaining the treaty, offering grudging respect to Bella's choice even as they hated what it would make her. But beneath the celebration, tension simmered. The Volturi had sent a wedding gift, a reminder of their interest, their expectation that Bella would be transformed soon. Arrow's message was clear in the expensive crystal. We are watching. We expect compliance. We will enforce our laws regardless of your feelings. The gift sat on the present table like a beautiful threat, acknowledged by the Cullens but not discussed, a shadow over festivities that should have been purely joyful. Edward and Bella left for their honeymoon on Isle Esme, Carlyle's gift to his son, a private island off the coast of Brazil where they could be alone without human witnesses. Edward had insisted on this isolation, terrified of hurting Bella during intimacy, worried that passion might overwhelm control, that their wedding night might end in her death. But Bella's scent had become familiar over months of proximity, her blood less singing and more constant background, manageable in ways it hadn't been when they first met. The honeymoon lasted 2 weeks before everything changed. Bella's body began responding to pregnancy in ways that should have been impossible, developing symptoms too quickly, experiencing changes that defied human biology. Edward called Carlyle in panic, described Bella's sudden illness, her exhaustion, her body transforming in ways neither of them understood. And Carlyle, with 400 years of medical knowledge, reached the conclusion that seemed impossible. Bella was pregnant with Edward's child, a hybrid, half human and half vampire, growing at supernatural speed inside her body. The news should have been impossible. Vampires were frozen, incapable of change, their bodies locked in the moment of transformation. Male vampires shouldn't be able to create life. Their venom should have destroyed that capability. But somehow, impossibly, Bella carried Edward's child. The family's reaction was immediate and divided. Carlyle was fascinated from a medical perspective, had never heard of such a thing in 400 years, wanted to study this unprecedented situation. Esme was cautiously hopeful, maternal instinct responding to the possibility of a grandchild despite the danger. Alice couldn't see the future anymore, the pregnancy blocking her visions, creating a blind spot where certainty used to exist. Jasper felt Edward's terror and Bella's determination, the emotional conflict threatening to tear the family apart. Rosalie's reaction was the most unexpected. She latched onto Bella's pregnancy with fierce protectiveness, saw in this hybrid child the motherhood she'd been denied, the baby she would never carry, the future that had been stolen from her in a Rochester alley. She stood between Bella and anyone who suggested termination, her body language aggressive, her expression brooking no argument. This child would live, Rosalie decided, regardless of cost, regardless of danger to Bella, regardless of what anyone else wanted. Edward was horrified. He could hear the fetus's thoughts, primitive and instinctual, could sense its awareness even in early development. But more than that, he could see what the pregnancy was doing to Bella's body. The fetus was growing too quickly, consuming her from inside, breaking her bones to make room for expansion, draining her blood to feed its development. Bella was dying, slowly but inevitably, sacrificing herself for a child that might kill her in birth. "We have to end this," Edward insisted, his voice desperate. "The pregnancy is killing her, Carlyle. You can see it. Every day she gets weaker. Every day the fetus takes more. She won't survive to full term." But Bella refused, her hand protective over her swelling abdomen, her expression determined despite her weakness. "This is my baby, our baby. I won't kill it, Edward. I won't choose my life over our child's." "You're not thinking clearly," Edward argued. "The fetus is affecting your judgment, making you prioritize it over your own survival. That's not choice. That's biological imperative, instinct overriding reason." Rosalie stepped between them physically, her eyes hard. "It's her body, her choice, Edward. You don't get to decide this for her, no matter how afraid you are." The family fractured over this disagreement. Edward, Carlyle, and Esme on one side, advocating for Bella's life over the fetus. Rosalie on the other, defending Bella's right to choose, protecting the pregnancy with vampire strength. Emmett supported his wife despite his own concerns, loyalty to Rosalie overriding worry about Bella. Alice remained neutral, unable to see futures that might guide them, blind to outcomes that could help them decide. Jasper tried to manage emotions that were spiraling beyond his control, tried to prevent the family from tearing itself apart over this impossible situation. The pregnancy progressed with supernatural speed. What should have taken 9 months condensed into weeks. Bella's body changing daily, her bones breaking and healing, her strength failing while the fetus grew stronger. She drank blood at Carlisle's suggestion, animal blood mixed with human from blood banks, feeding the half-vampire child that needed more than human food could provide. The blood helped, strengthened her marginally, gave her energy to survive another day. Edward heard the fetus's thoughts grow more complex, more aware, more human. It loved Bella, he realized with shock, recognized its mother's voice, responded to her touch, wanted to protect her, even as its growth was killing her. The complexity of his emotions was devastating. Love for this child that was part of him, hatred for what it was doing to Bella, fear that he would lose them both, rage at his own helplessness to prevent any of it. Jacob Black returned during this crisis, summoned by Bella's need, horrified by what he found. The girl he loved was skeletal, dying, sacrificing herself for a monster that should never have been conceived. Jacob's pack wanted to kill the fetus, saw it as abomination, as threat to their territory, as violation of natural law. But Jacob couldn't hurt Bella, couldn't take away the child she'd chosen to protect, couldn't be the cause of more suffering. The birth came suddenly, violently, Bella's spine snapping as the fetus fought its way out, her body breaking under the strain of delivery. Edward performed an emergency cesarean with his teeth, the only thing sharp enough to cut through amniotic sac, strengthened by venom, pulled the baby from Bella's dying body, while Carlisle worked to save her life. A girl, perfect and impossible, with Bella's eyes and Edward's features, warm to touch, but strong beyond human capability. Renesmee. Bella named her daughter in the seconds before her heart stopped, before death claimed her, before the transformation Edward had wanted to avoid became the only option to save her life. Edward injected his venom directly into Bella's heart, flooded her system with it, began the transformation while their daughter wailed in Rosalie's arms. The 3 days of burning began, Bella's screams filling the house, the family helpless to ease her suffering. Jacob imprinted on Renesmee during those 3 days, the wolf's supernatural bond activating the moment he saw Edward's daughter. The imprint was absolute, binding Jacob to Renesmee with ties stronger than romantic love, making him her protector, her friend, whatever she needed him to be. Edward heard Jacob's thoughts shift, felt the imprint transform hatred into devotion, understood that the werewolf would now protect Renesmee as fiercely as he'd once loved Bella. The family's reaction to the imprint was mixed. Edward was disturbed by the intensity of Jacob's connection to his daughter, uncomfortable with supernatural bonds he didn't fully understand. Rosalie was territorial, saw Jacob as threat to the child she'd already claimed as her own. Carlisle found it fascinating from an academic perspective, supernatural phenomena intersecting in unprecedented ways. Esme accepted it as she accepted everything, with grace and understanding, seeing the imprint as added protection for her granddaughter. When Bella woke on the 3rd day, her eyes were brilliant red, her body transformed to immortal perfection, her mind clear and focused in ways it had never been human. The first thing she asked for was her daughter, needed to see Renesmee, to hold her, to confirm that her sacrifice had been worth it. Edward brought their daughter to her carefully, monitoring Bella's control, ready to intervene if newborn thirst overwhelmed maternal instinct. But Bella's control was unprecedented. She held Renesmee without struggle, her thirst present but manageable, her love for her daughter overriding vampire nature. Carlyle was amazed, had never seen a newborn with such immediate control, such ability to resist the burning thirst that defined the first year of vampire existence. Bella was an exception to every rule, her shield protecting her mind from Edward's gift, her control defying newborn expectations, her transformation smooth where others were violent. The shield Bella possessed as a human had strengthened in transformation, became active rather than passive, a weapon she could wield to protect others from mental attacks. She could extend it over multiple people, could block gifts like Edward's mind reading or Jane's pain illusion, could defend the family in ways they'd never had before. The Volturi would want this gift, Edward realized with dread. Aro would covet Bella's power, would try to recruit her to the Guard, would see her as too valuable to leave with the Cullens. Renesmee grew quickly, aging at supernatural speed that alarmed everyone. She was intelligent beyond her apparent age, could communicate through touch, sharing thoughts and memories by pressing her hand to someone's face. The gift was beautiful and unnerving. Renesmee's mind older than her body, her understanding exceeding what should have been possible for an infant. She loved her family completely, bonded with Rosalie who cared for her constantly, with Jacob who never left her side, with grandparents who doted on her, with parents who'd sacrificed everything for her existence. The family adjusted to having Renesmee among them, to the chaos of a growing child in a household of immortals, to the joy and complexity she brought. Bella learned to be a vampire with her daughter as motivation, mastered control in weeks that should have taken years, became formidable in ways that surprised even Carlyle. The family was happy, complete, functioning, despite the unprecedented situation. Then Irina saw them. The Denali vampire witnessed Renesmee in the woods, saw a child with red eyes who appeared to be immortal, assumed the worst. Immortal children were forbidden, the gravest crime in vampire law. Children frozen in immature bodies with newborn strength and no control, capable of exposing their kind through tantrums and recklessness. The Volturi destroyed immortal children on sight, along with everyone who created or protected them. Irina went to the Volturi with her accusation, reported that the Cullens had created an immortal child, set in motion events that would threaten everything the family had built. Alice saw them coming in a vision that stole her breath. The Volturi Guard, dozens of powerful vampires, Aro and Caius and Marcus themselves, coming to Forks to destroy the Cullens and their illegal creation. The family had perhaps a month to prepare, to gather witnesses, to find some way to prove Renesmee wasn't an immortal child. Alice and Jasper disappeared immediately, their absence a hole in the family, their purpose unknown even to Edward, who couldn't understand their thoughts from distance. The remaining Cullens began calling in every favor, contacting every vampire they'd ever befriended, asking them to witness Renesmee, to testify that she was hybrid rather than immortal child. The witnesses came from across the world. The Denali Coven, minus Irina who'd made the accusation, arrived first. Kate and Tanya and Carmen and Eleazar offering support despite the danger. The Irish Coven came, Siobhan and Liam and Maggie, their gifts potentially useful in the confrontation ahead. The Egyptian Coven, Amun and Kebi, Benjamin, and thanks in advance. Benjamin's elemental manipulation, a powerful weapon if needed. The Amazon Coven, Zafrina and Senna. Zafrina's ability to create illusions potentially crucial for defense. Nomads arrived individually or in pairs. Garrett, a patriot vampire who'd fought in the Revolutionary War. Alistair, paranoid and reclusive but loyal to Carlisle. Peter and Charlotte, Jasper's friends from his time with Maria, offering support despite the danger. The Romanians, Stefan and Vladimir, ancient vampires who hated the Volturi, eager for any chance to see them challenged. Each witness examined Renesmee, confirmed she was growing and changing, testified she was no immortal child. Edward watched the gathering with growing dread. They had witnesses, had testimony, had proof that Renesmee was hybrid rather than frozen child. But would the Volturi care? Arrow might use the accusation as excuse to destroy the Cullens anyway, to claim Bella for the guard, to eliminate a coven that had grown too powerful, too independent. The confrontation approaching was about more than Renesmee's nature. It was about power and control, about the Volturi maintaining authority over vampire world. Carlisle faced the prospect of fighting his old friends with grief that aged his expression. He'd lived with the Volturi for decades, had respected their purpose, even when he disagreed with their methods, had maintained cordial relations for centuries. But they were coming to destroy his family, to kill his granddaughter, to eliminate everyone he loved. Friendship meant nothing against that threat. Carlisle would fight if necessary, would defend his family regardless of history or affection. Esme prepared for battle with quiet determination, maternal instinct overriding her gentle nature. She would protect her children, all of them, including the granddaughter who'd brought such joy and such danger. Esme had survived losing a child once before, had thrown herself from a cliff rather than endure that pain. She would not survive losing Renesmee, would not watch the Volturi destroy what her family had sacrificed everything to protect. Rosalie's preparation was almost manic, training constantly, pushing her strength to its limits, determined to be strong enough to protect Renesmee. The child she'd claimed as her own was threatened, and Rosalie would fight with every ounce of strength her immortal body possessed. She'd been powerless as a human, unable to prevent her own destruction. She would not be powerless now, would not let anyone take this child from her. Emmett approached the potential battle with grim enthusiasm, his nature suited to physical confrontation in ways the rest of the families weren't. He'd fight because his family needed him, because Rosalie demanded it, because protecting Renesmee was worth any risk. Emmett had never fought the Volturi, had never tested himself against their legendary guard. Part of him was curious how he'd measure up against Jane and Alec, against Felix and Dimitri, against the most powerful vampires in existence. Jasper's absence was a tactical disadvantage, his gift crucial for managing emotions during confrontation, his military experience necessary for coordinating defense. But Edward trusted his brother, believed Jasper and Alice had purpose in their disappearance, hoped desperately that they would return before the Volturi arrived. Without Alice's visions, the family was blind to the future, unable to prepare for specific threats, forced to plan for every possibility. Bella trained her shield obsessively, learning to extend it over multiple people, to maintain it under stress, to use it as weapon rather than just defense. She could protect the family from Jane's torture, from Alec's sensory deprivation, from any mental attack the Volturi might employ. But the shield had limits, couldn't protect against physical assault, couldn't stop the guard from simply tearing them apart with superior numbers and strength. Jacob and his pack pledged to fight alongside the Cullens, ancient treaty superseded by Jacob's imprint, by his need to protect Renesmee regardless of cost. The alliance between vampire and werewolf was unprecedented, shocking to the witnesses who'd never imagined such cooperation. But the wolves were formidable, their venom deadly to vampires, their strength and speed nearly matching immortal capabilities. With them, the Cullens had a chance, slim but real, of surviving Volturi assault. Renesmee understood the danger with intelligence that seemed impossible for her age, knew the Volturi were coming because of her, knew her family was preparing to die to protect her. She clung to Bella and Edward, to Rosalie, who'd been more mother than aunt, to Jacob, who'd promised to protect her forever, to grandparents who loved her absolutely, the child who shouldn't exist, who'd cost so much to bring into the world, who'd brought such joy and such threat, waited with her family for judgment. The Volturi arrived in late December, their approach visible from miles away, dark cloaks moving through snow-covered forest like shadows given form. Aro, Caius, and Marcus led the guard, flanked by Jane and Alec, by Felix and Demetri, by Chelsea and Renata and dozens more. The most powerful vampires in existence gathered to pass judgment on the Cullens, to destroy what they believed was abomination. The confrontation took place in a snowy field, the Cullens and their witnesses on one side, the Volturi on the other, the space between them heavy with threat and possibility. Edward heard Aro's thoughts, understood immediately that this was about more than Renesmee, more than law. Aro coveted Bella's shield, Alice's visions, Edward's mind reading. He wanted the Cullens' gifts for the guard, wanted their power under his control. The immortal child accusation was excuse, justification for claiming what he desired. Carlyle stepped forward to speak, his voice calm despite the threat, his words chosen carefully. Aro, old friend, there has been a misunderstanding. Renesmee is not an immortal child. She is something new, something unprecedented. She grows and learns, changes daily. She is hybrid, half human and half vampire. No threat to our secrecy. Aro's response was measured, curious. Show me, Carlyle. Let me see this child. Let me read your thoughts about her nature. If you speak truth, we will withdraw. Leave your family in peace. Edward heard the lie in Aro's thoughts, knew the ancient vampire had no intention of leaving, regardless of what he learned. But they had no choice, except to comply, to present Renesmee to Aro's judgment, to hope witnesses would be enough to prevent slaughter. Edward brought his daughter forward, held her while Aro approached, allowed the Volturi leader to touch her hand and read her thoughts. Renesmee showed Aro her memories, the gift she'd inherited from her parents, shared images of her birth, her growth, her love for her family. Aro saw truth in those memories, understood immediately that she was hybrid rather than immortal child, that the accusation was false. But his greed for the Cullens' gifts didn't diminish. His desire to claim them intensified, and Edward heard him weighing options, considering whether he could justify destroying the family anyway. Then Alice appeared, materializing from the forest with Jasper beside her, carrying proof that changed everything. She brought another hybrid, Nahuel, 150 years old, living evidence that hybrids reached maturity and stopped aging, that Renesmee posed no threat to vampire secrecy. Nahuel testified to his own existence, to 3 sisters who'd also survived to adulthood, to the possibility of hybrid life integrated with vampire world. Aro read Alice's thoughts, saw futures where he destroyed the Cullens and lost everything, where witnesses turned against him, where his authority crumbled under the weight of murdering innocents. He saw futures where Renesmee grew to adulthood, where hybrids became part of vampire society, where the Cullens remained powerful allies rather than destroyed enemies. The futures Alice showed him made continuation of conflict inadvisable, made retreat the wisest option. The Volturi withdrew, left the Cullens alive, but warned, their message clear in Aro's final words: "We will be watching. Any threat to our secrecy, any violation of our laws, will be met with absolute response. Consider this mercy, Carlyle. It will not be offered again." The witnesses dispersed slowly, each vampire processing what they'd witnessed, understanding that the Volturi's authority had been successfully challenged for the first time in millennia. The Cullens stood in the snowy field, intact and alive, their family preserved against impossible odds. Renesmee was safe, her existence accepted, her future secured. Edward held Bella and Renesmee, his family complete, his fear transforming to relief so profound it felt like physical weight lifting. They had survived, all of them. The threat that should have destroyed them turned back by proof and possibility, by Alice's visions and witnesses willing to stand against the Volturi. The family that had faced extinction was intact, stronger for having endured together. Carlyle embraced Esme, 400 years of existence crystallizing in this moment of gratitude. They had built something worth protecting, a family that transcended their monstrous nature, love that justified immortality's burden. The confrontation with the Volturi had tested everything they were, everything they'd built across centuries, and they had proven strong enough to survive. Rosalie held Renesmee possessively, relief and lingering fear warring in her expression. The child she'd claimed was safe, the motherhood she'd found in caring for her granddaughter preserved. Emmett's arm around her shoulders was steady, grounding, his strength offering security in the confrontation's aftermath. They had faced the Volturi and survived, protected what mattered against overwhelming power. Alice and Jasper stood slightly apart, their disappearance explained, their purpose fulfilled. They had found the proof needed, had brought the evidence that saved the family, had demonstrated again the value of Alice's gift, the importance of seeing futures and acting to shape them. The family was whole again, 7 vampires and 1 hybrid, bound by love stronger than law. Jacob remained close to Renesmee, imprint absolute, his loyalty shifting completely from Bella to her daughter. The werewolf who'd hated vampires now stood as their ally, part of the family through supernatural bond, protector of the child who represented everything he'd once opposed. The future stretched ahead of them, uncertain but faced together. Hybrid child and vampire family, an imprinted werewolf, an impossible unit that had survived impossible odds. As the snow continued falling, covering the field where they'd nearly died, the Cullens began the walk home. Their existence was irrevocably changed, Renesmee's presence ensuring they could never return to the patterns of previous decades. But change was welcome now, transformation accepted. The future approached with hope rather than dread. They had faced their greatest threat and emerged intact, proven that love could overcome power, that family could withstand even Volturi judgment. The confrontation was over. The family had survived, and ahead of them stretched forever, complicated and dangerous and beautiful, but theirs to face together. The first year after the Volturi confrontation was adjustment in its purest form. The family learning to exist with Renesmee among them, learning what it meant to have a child who grew and changed when everyone else remained frozen. Bella navigated immortality with her daughter as compass. Every choice filtered through the question of what was best for Renesmee, what would keep her safe, what would give her the childhood she deserved, despite being surrounded by vampires and werewolves. Edward watched his daughter develop with fascination and terror in equal measure. Renesmee aged rapidly through her first year, growing from infant to the appearance of a 7-year-old in 12 months, her intelligence developing even faster than her body. She understood complex concepts before she could articulate them verbally, communicated through her gift when words failed, absorbed knowledge with hunger that reminded Edward of his own early vampire years when the world had seemed new and full of wonder. But the rapid growth was frightening. Edward remembered Alice's vision of Renesmee fully grown, remembered the reassurance that hybrids did stop aging eventually, but watching his daughter change daily made that eventual stability seem impossibly distant. Every morning brought noticeable differences. Renesmee slightly taller, her features more defined, her coordination improved, her understanding deepened. Childhood was passing in fast forward, stealing moments Edward wanted to preserve, rushing toward an adulthood that would arrive far too soon. Carlyle studied Renesmee with medical fascination, documenting her development, comparing it to Nahuel's testimony about hybrid growth patterns. The research suggested Renesmee would reach physical maturity around age 7, would appear 17 or 18, while chronologically still a child, would then stop aging completely and remain frozen like vampires. The timeline was compressed, childhood condensed into years instead of decades, but the end point was the same: immortality, eternal youth, forever frozen at the peak of physical development. Esme loved Renesmee with the fierce devotion she'd once directed toward her lost human son, the child who'd died and driven her to suicide. But this grandchild would never die, would never be lost to illness or accident, would remain with the family forever. The promise of that permanence healed something in Esme that had been broken since her human tragedy, gave her the motherhood she'd craved without the terror of loss that had destroyed her before. Rosalie's attachment to Renesmee only intensified after the Volturi left. She'd nearly lost this child, had prepared to fight and die to protect her, had discovered depths of maternal feeling she hadn't known she possessed. Rosalie cared for Renesmee obsessively, taught her everything about being special, about being different, about surviving in a world that wouldn't understand her nature. The vanity that had defined Rosalie's immortal existence found new expression in Renesmee, pride in the child's beauty and intelligence. Replacing the mirror's constant reassurance, Emmett became the playful uncle, the one who made Renesmee laugh with his antics, who treated her hybrid strength as opportunity for games rather than concern. He wrestled with her gently, taught her to hunt, showed her how to use vampire gifts without fear. Emmett's uncomplicated joy in life translated perfectly to interactions with the child, his ability to find humor in everything, making Renesmee's compressed childhood lighter, happier, more normal despite the supernatural circumstances. Alice struggled with Renesmee in ways she hadn't anticipated. The hybrid child still blocked visions, created blind spots in futures Alice tried to see, made planning difficult when so much depended on what Renesmee would do or choose. But Alice adapted, learned to see around the blind spots, to track futures that didn't directly involve Renesmee, to use her gift despite its limitations. And in that adaptation, Alice discovered something valuable: the freedom of not knowing, the possibility of surprise, the joy of experiencing moments without having lived them in visions first. Jasper found unexpected peace in Renesmee's presence. The child's emotions were pure, uncomplicated by the layers of deception and complexity that characterized most beings. When Renesmee was happy, the feeling was absolute and infectious, filling the house with joy that Jasper couldn't help but amplify. When she was sad, the grief was honest and easily soothed, nothing like the twisted emotional landscapes of damaged souls he'd encountered in his past. Renesmee was healing in her simplicity, reminded Jasper that emotions didn't have to be weapons or burdens, could simply be experiences to feel and release. Jacob's imprint meant he was nearly constant presence in the Cullen household, his loyalty to Renesmee absolute and unchanging. Edward had accepted this bond with reluctance, uncomfortable with the supernatural tie binding a werewolf to his daughter, but unable to deny that Jacob's devotion was genuine and protective. The werewolf, who'd once loved Bella, now loved her daughter differently, but no less completely, would be whatever Renesmee needed: friend, protector, eventually perhaps something more when she was old enough to choose. The relationship between Edward and Jacob remained complicated, built on mutual love for Bella and Renesmee, but unable to overcome the fundamental opposition of their natures. Vampire and werewolf, natural enemies bound together by the females they both protected, functioning in proximity, but never quite comfortable, never quite friends despite the peace between them. But they managed it. For Bella's sake and Renesmee's, put aside ancient instincts to coexist in the same space. Bella's transformation into vampire had been everything Edward feared, and nothing he expected. Her control was unprecedented, her shield invaluable, her adaptation to immortal existence seamless in ways that defied every pattern he'd observed in a century. She was powerful in ways he'd never imagined, beautiful beyond his ability to articulate, and completely, utterly his. The century of loneliness that had defined Edward's existence seemed like distant nightmare now, replaced by partnership that filled every empty space he'd carried for so long. But Bella grieved her human life in ways she hadn't anticipated. Charlie, her father, lived in Forks, unaware of what his daughter had become, seeing Bella rarely and under carefully controlled circumstances. Renee, her mother, believed Bella was traveling, living abroad, pursuing adventures that made regular contact impossible. The lies were necessary, protective, kind even, but they meant Bella was cut off from her human family, could never fully be their daughter again, could only love them from distance while they aged and died, and she remained frozen at 18. The family helped Bella navigate this grief, each of them having experienced similar loss, each understanding the cost of immortality. Carlisle had lost his human father 400 years ago, had watched every human connection die while he remained. Esme had lost her family, her human child, everyone she'd known in life. Edward had watched his parents die of influenza, had mourned the human relationships he could never reclaim. Rosalie had lost Vera and her baby, the friend who'd shown her what motherhood could be. Alice had lost memories of her family, couldn't even grieve what she didn't remember. Jasper had lost everything human in the transformation, had become weapon before becoming person. They taught Bella how to love the dead without being consumed by loss, how to honor human family while building immortal future, how to exist in the space between human and vampire without being destroyed by the contradiction. It was the hardest lesson immortality offered, this acceptance that everyone you loved would eventually leave or be left. That connection was temporary, except with others like yourself, but it was necessary, foundational, the price of forever. Renesmee's growth began to slow as she approached her second year. The changes that had been daily became weekly, the aging that had been rapid gradually decelerating toward the stability Carlisle had predicted. By the time Renesmee reached chronological age 3, she appeared roughly 10 years old, her development following the pattern Nahuel had described, her path toward immortal stasis becoming clear. The family watched this deceleration with relief, grateful that childhood wouldn't pass quite so quickly now, that they would have time to know Renesmee at each stage, rather than losing moments to supernatural speed. The Denali Coven visited frequently during these years, their friendship with the Cullens strengthened by the confrontation they'd survived together. Tanya and Kate and Carmen offered Renesmee another model of vampire existence, showed her that the Cullens weren't alone in choosing compassion over cruelty, that vegetarian vampires existed beyond their immediate family. The visits were joyful, full of hunting trips and shared meals of animal blood, conversations that spanned centuries, connections that made immortality feel less isolating. But Irina's absence haunted these gatherings. The Denali sister who'd accused the Cullens of creating an immortal child, who'd brought the Volturi down on them, had been executed for her false testimony. Caius had killed her when the accusation proved unfounded, had punished her failure with death, had left her sisters mourning and guilty and angry. The Cullens grieved with them, understood that Irina had acted from misunderstanding rather than malice, knew that her death was tragedy, compounding tragedy. The family's pattern of moving every few years became complicated with Renesmee's existence. They couldn't enroll her in school, couldn't explain her rapid growth, couldn't integrate her into human society the way they'd integrated themselves for decades. Instead, they chose isolation, purchased property far from towns, created space where Renesmee could exist without constant deception. Esme designed houses in remote locations, beautiful structures surrounded by forest, placed where the family could live openly, without human witnesses to their nature. Alaska became home base more than anywhere else had been. The long winters and sparse population provided ideal cover. The Denali Coven offered nearby community. The wilderness allowed for hunting and freedom without constant vigilance. They built a house outside Fairbanks, modern and beautiful, large enough for the whole family, positioned where they could see approaching visitors from miles away. It wasn't permanent. Nothing was permanent for vampires, but it was home for longer than most places had been. Edward taught Renesmee everything he knew. Centuries of accumulated knowledge poured into his daughter's eager mind. Music and literature, history and languages, mathematics and science, all of it offered freely, absorbed rapidly, building foundation of education that would serve her through immortal existence. Renesmee played piano with skill that shouldn't have been possible for her age, read novels meant for adults, conversed in multiple languages, demonstrated intelligence that awed even Edward, who'd had a century to develop his own. But she also needed to be a child, to play and explore, to experience joy without the weight of knowledge. Alice took responsibility for this aspect of Renesmee's development, organizing adventures that prioritized wonder over education, creating memories that would sustain Renesmee through immortal centuries ahead. They traveled together, Alice and Renesmee, visiting places Renesmee had only read about, experiencing the world directly rather than through books or Edward's second-hand memories. Bella watched her daughter grow with complex emotions she struggled to articulate. Pride in Renesmee's development, joy in her happiness, fear for her future, grief for the childhood passing so quickly. Motherhood had been dream and sacrifice in equal measure, had cost Bella her humanity but given her purpose beyond herself, had transformed her from girl seeking belonging into woman protecting what she'd created. The contradiction was beautiful and terrible, worth everything and nothing, impossible to regret despite the cost. As Renesmee approached chronological age 7, her growth stabilized completely. She appeared 17 or 18, physically mature, development arrested at the peak of youth and beauty. The hybrid aging that had terrified them with its speed finally stopped, left Renesmee frozen like vampires, immortal like the family she'd been born into. Carlyle's predictions had been accurate, Nahuel's testimony proven true. The fear that Renesmee might age forever finally put to rest. The family celebrated this stability quietly, grateful that Renesmee's childhood was preserved even in compressed form, relieved that she would remain with them forever, rather than aging beyond their ability to protect. She was theirs permanently now, family member in perpetuity, the child who'd cost so much to bring into existence and who'd given back more than they'd sacrificed. Renesmee would never die, never leave, never be lost the way Esme's human son had been lost. The promise of forever, terrifying in its absoluteness, was also gift beyond measure. Jacob remained as Renesmee matured, his imprint evolving as she did, shifting from protector to friend, to something approaching equal. Edward heard Jacob's thoughts change, heard the romantic love begin to develop as Renesmee approached physical maturity, heard the werewolf recognize what he'd always known. The imprint was preparing him to be whatever Renesmee needed, and she would need a romantic partner, eventually, someone who understood her hybrid nature, someone bound to her by forces neither could control. Edward struggled with this inevitability, father's instinct warring with understanding of supernatural bonds, wanting to protect Renesmee from everything, including the werewolf who loved her. But Bella was more accepting, recognized that Jacob's imprint meant Renesmee would never be alone, would always have someone devoted to her happiness, would have the kind of love Bella had found with Edward. The imprint was gift even if Edward couldn't see it clearly, ensured Renesmee's future, included partnership built on supernatural foundation, connection that would last through immortal centuries. The family's relationship with the Volturi remained tense, cordial on the surface, but threatening beneath. Arrow sent occasional messages, reminders of his interest, suggestions that Bella or Alice might prefer joining the guard, implications that the Cullens existed on sufferance that could be revoked. The family understood the subtext. Arrow still coveted their gifts, still resented the challenge to his authority, still waited for excuse to claim what he wanted. They remained vigilant, careful, aware that one mistake might bring the Volturi back to finish what they'd started. But they also remained defiant. The Cullens had faced the Volturi and survived, had proven that Arrow's power wasn't absolute, had demonstrated that vampires could successfully resist guard authority. That knowledge changed them, gave them confidence they'd lacked before, made them less willing to bow to threats or demands. They would defend themselves if threatened again, would gather witnesses again, would fight if necessary. The Volturi were powerful, but the Cullens were no longer afraid. Carlyle reflected often on the family he'd built across centuries, on the souls he'd saved and transformed, on the love that had grown from his desperate loneliness. 400 years ago, he'd been alone, the only vampire choosing compassion over cruelty, surviving but not living, existing without purpose beyond resistance. Now he had Esme, had children and grandchild, had family that made immortality meaningful. Every transformation he'd performed, every choice to create another vampire, had led to this: a household full of love, a family worth protecting, a life worth living forever. Esme had found everything she'd wanted in human life and lost, had discovered that maternal love could exist without biology, that family could be built rather than born. She'd jumped from a cliff to escape the pain of losing her human son, had wanted death more than continued existence, but immortality had given her more children than she'd dreamed possible, had given her Renesmee, who would never die, had given her forever, with souls she loved absolutely. The curse of vampirism had become gift. The tragedy of transformation had become salvation. The death she'd sought had become life more full than her human existence had ever been. Edward's century of loneliness seemed impossible now, distant nightmare that couldn't touch present joy. He had Bella, had Renesmee, had family and purpose and love that filled every empty space. The mind reading that had isolated him for so long became tool for connection, understanding his family's thoughts, anticipating their needs, knowing them completely. The gift that had been burden was now blessing. The curse was capability. The isolation was intimacy. Everything had changed when Bella walked into his biology class, and the change had saved him. Rosalie had found peace with what she'd lost and what she'd gained, had accepted that immortality meant trading one future for another, that the children she'd dreamed of were replaced by Renesmee, who needed her fiercely. The bitterness that had defined her early vampire years had faded, not disappeared but diminished, transformed into something more like melancholy acceptance. She would never have what she'd wanted as a human, but she had family who loved her, had Emmett who cherished her, had Renesmee who depended on her. It was enough. Not everything, but enough. Emmett's joy had never wavered, had carried him through decades of repetition and wandering without diminishing. Now, he had Renesmee to play with, had family adventures to participate in, had Rosalie settled and happier than she'd been. Immortality was gift to Emmett, opportunity for endless experience, chance to exist without the limitations of human lifespan. He'd died from a bear attack and been reborn into strength and speed and eternal youth. The trade seemed obviously worthwhile, the cost negligible compared to the gain. Emmett lived without regret, without looking back, focused entirely on the joy available in each moment. Alice had learned to exist with blind spots in her visions, had accepted that some futures were uncertain, that Renesmee's choices would always be mystery. But the family she'd seen in her first visions as a newborn vampire was real, was present, was everything she'd hoped for through decades of waiting for Jasper and searching for the Cullens. She belonged completely, was loved absolutely, had found the home her visions had promised. The memory loss that had stolen her human past didn't matter anymore. The family she'd found was all the history she needed. Jasper had traveled the furthest from his origins, had transformed from Maria's weapon into Cullen protector, from destroyer into defender, from monster into family member. The weight of his past remained, would always remain, but the family helped him carry it, understood his damage, and loved him anyway, offered acceptance he'd never expected to find. Alice's love had saved him, the Cullens' acceptance had redeemed him, and Renesmee's pure emotions had shown him that existence could be beautiful despite history, that future mattered more than past. As the years passed and Renesmee settled into immortal stability, the family's wandering resumed, but changed. They moved together, all of them, couldn't separate now that Renesmee existed, couldn't risk the Volturi finding her without full family protection. Alaska, Canada, remote parts of South America, anywhere they could exist without constant human contact. anywhere Renesmee could be herself without pretense. The isolation was less burdensome now. They had each other, had love and laughter and connection that made location irrelevant. They maintained contact with the Denali Coven, with Peter and Charlotte, with the few vampires they'd befriended over the decades. But the Cullens were self-sufficient now, needed community less than they'd needed it before Renesmee, complete in ways they'd never been during the decades of wandering. The family of 8, vampire and hybrid, was enough. They were home to each other, belonging personified, connection that transcended place or time. The pattern of existence settled into new rhythm, different from the high school repetition that had defined them for 50 years, different from the isolation of earlier centuries. They lived as family, hunted together, traveled together, existed together in remote beauty, experiencing immortality as it was meant to be experienced, surrounded by love, protected by connection, sustained by bonds that would never break, forever stretched ahead of them, certain and unchanging, but no longer empty, no longer lonely, no longer burdened. Carlyle's dream of compassionate vampire existence had been realized beyond his ability to imagine. Not just one vampire choosing humanity, but family of them, supporting each other, loving each other, proving that monsters could be more than their nature demanded. The Cullens were evidence that choice mattered, that philosophy could overcome instinct, that immortality could be gift rather than curse, if faced with the right companions. Bella had the forever she'd chosen, the family she'd craved, the belonging she'd searched for through her human years. Immortality with Edward, motherhood with Renesmee, family with the Cullens who'd welcomed her despite the danger she'd brought. The cost had been her humanity, her mortal family, the normal life she might have lived. But the gain was everything she'd ever wanted, worth every sacrifice, worth dying to achieve. The future remained uncertain in specifics, Alice's visions showing possibilities rather than certainties, paths that could be chosen or avoided, futures that depended on decisions not yet made. But the fundamental truth was absolute. The family would remain together, would face whatever came united, would survive because they had each other. The Volturi might threaten again, new dangers might emerge, immortal existence would bring challenges they couldn't anticipate, but the Cullens would endure, would adapt, would continue the existence they'd built across centuries of effort and choice. They had learned the greatest lesson immortality offered. Forever was only bearable when shared, eternity only meaningful when spent with souls who understood, existence only worthwhile when built on love that transcended death itself. The Cullens had that love, had built that life, had created family from the most unlikely materials, monsters choosing compassion, damaged souls finding healing, immortals discovering that eternity could be beautiful. Renesmee asked Bella once what immortality felt like, whether forever frightened her, whether existing without end seemed impossible to endure. Bella considered the question carefully, looked at her daughter who would share that immortality, at Edward who made it worthwhile, at the family who made it bearable, and answered with absolute certainty. Forever frightened me when I was human, when I didn't understand what I was choosing. But now, with all of you, forever isn't long enough. I want every moment, every century, every millennium. I want to watch you grow wise, watch our family evolve, watch the world change around us. Forever isn't a burden when you're spending it with people you love. It's a gift, the greatest gift I've ever received. And in that answer was the truth the Cullens had discovered. across centuries of existence, across decades of wandering, across years of building family from broken pieces. Immortality was curse or blessing depending entirely on how it was lived, who it was shared with, what meaning was built from endless time. The Cullens had chosen blessing, had built meaning, had found family that transformed curse into gift beyond measure. They would exist forever, unchanging and eternal, frozen in the moment of their transformations, never aging, never dying, never finding natural end. But they would exist together, surrounded by love, sustained by connection, living rather than merely surviving. The family that had begun with Carlyle's lonely resistance to his nature had grown into something beautiful, something worth preserving, something that made immortality not just bearable but joyful, forever stretched ahead of them, bright and certain and full of possibility. And the Cullens, together, would face it with the same courage and love that had carried them through centuries past. Family, eternal and unbreakable, was their victory over the darkness that had created them, and that victory would last forever. The Cullen family's story spans 4 centuries, 7 transformations, and one impossible truth, that monsters can choose to be more than what they were created to be. From Carlyle's lonely resistance in 1663 to Bella's shield protecting them all in 2006, every member traveled their own path from darkness into light, from isolation into belonging, from curse into something approaching grace. Carlyle's dream of compassionate existence, born in a London sewer and refined across centuries of solitude, became reality through the family he built one soul at a time. Edward's century of waiting ended with love that nearly destroyed him, but ultimately saved him. Esme's suicide attempt led not to death, but to the motherhood she'd mourned. Rosalie's violation transformed into strength that protected what she loved most. Emmett's death became rebirth into joy. Alice's erased past became irrelevant beside the future she'd found. Jasper's century of warfare ended in peace he'd never thought possible, and Bella's humanity, sacrificed for love, became immortality worth living. They learned what 400 years of existence had taught them. Forever is only bearable when shared, eternity only meaningful when spent with souls who understand, immortality only beautiful when built on love that transcends death itself. The Cullens had found that love, built that family, created belonging from the most unlikely foundation, and so they continue, eternal and together, facing forever, with the courage born from choosing compassion over cruelty, choosing family over isolation, choosing love over the darkness that created them. Some stories end. This one simply continues, unchanging and beautiful, for all the centuries yet to come. Sleep comes easier knowing that even immortals can find their way home.